We have good stuff. We have lots of things to do, by the way. For those of you who were not here last time, I got lost, I got stuck. I ended up going all over the place looking for where to go. And then I went into bottom of the well and found out apparently there's a wall master there that I did not know about. While I was trying to figure out what room it was trying to get me to go to on the list. So, because there was a bubbles, I think, or there was something in like the east or west or whatever room, and then that gave me the slingshot, which then led me to Deku Tree, which then got me more stuff, and yeah, we're on a roll. We got the long shot, which is a big thing, and then we also got Boomerang, and we got long shot, Boomerang, Wolfos, so like a whole bunch of stuff is unlocked. Sorry. So yeah, we have a lot of things we can do. There is many things, much discovery to have. We are in GTG. That is where we ended for yesterday. I don't think that we're finding all the stuff. I don't think we're finding all the stuff today. So, yeah, there is also a fairy, I'm assuming right here, because whenever Navi goes green like that, I can assume that it's a fairy. Yeah. Can I please pick this up? So, mark these down immediately. We're looking for keys. Okay, so we have the chest, the bow chests in the front here. Where is it? Lobby left chest, lobby right chest. Okay. So we can't go in there. We don't have keys. We don't have Stalfos, so we're not going to get any farther that way. But we possibly can go this way. And there's Beamos and Lizalfos, Dinalfos. Ah, rude. No, thank you. Ah, rude. Okay, well, not too bad, not too bad. We didn't get anything super great. We got a BMO statue. Okay, GTG should have BMO statue. Okay, BMO's chest. We're gonna grab. We've got no Stalfos. Here we go. Beamos, Dinalfos, right there. Well, bam. Oh, there's shell blades in here too, but we don't have Song of Storms, so we're not going. We're not going very far in here. Looking for keys. Looking for keys. There's an OOT question for anyone who knows. My logic tracker says I can go to the falling ceiling room in Forest Temple. I have hovers and hookshot, no keys. Is that a tracker mistake, or do I just not know how to do that? Hovers, oh man. Do you have, yeah. So there is no. That's not where it wants you to go. Do you have access to the room with the block or no? Do you have long shot? Do you have... Oh, you have hovers and hook shot. Oh no. Oh, this is the bubbles. A piece of heart. Davos, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Okay, your question is Ocarina of Time. Okay, did you say that? No, you can only get to the room with the raised island. You have iron boots? No, you said no iron boots. Don't have Song of Time, don't have iron boots. Do you have gold scale? Okay, this is one bubble. I'm gonna mark this down before I forget. You didn't know? It might just automatically think that you have keys. But, I don't know. I'd need to look at it, and right now I don't have the mental capacity to do so. While I'm doing this and all the other things that I'm trying to track. I can look at it later. Hey, Specky. Did a bunch of grinding. All the story progression happened in the last 15 minutes of stream. Alright, there's the next bubble. Oh, I probably could get this, can't I? Okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter because I don't know. This might not work. Okay. Ah! Well, at least I can open this up. Which is not going to help me out at all. We do have, the thing is, we do have the Shell Blade souls. So we could do that, but the other issue is the fact that we don't have Song of Time. Right? I'm not losing my mind. I'm pretty sure we only have, yeah. We have Song of Storms and we have, Saria's Song. We got bombs. Ah, there's my keys. So we got 2 keys in the hammer room. And torch slugs. I'll just mark them both down because we're gonna kill the last one right now. Something would have to go, like, tragically wrong. No! So is it your first time, Davos, is it your first time playing Dragon Quest? Or are you playing Dragon Quest 1 or 2? I saw that you're playing, like, on the thingy, like the dual thing, like the remake. But I don't know which one you're actually playing. Okay, I'm, like, messing this up really badly. Spock, thank you so much for the 3 consecutive watch streaks. What is happening? There we go. Wow. So much fire. Okay. All right. We got the Not the maze, not the... Oh, hammer room. Here we go. Hammer room and hammer room. You already played 3, which is the first in the timeline. Oh, okay. You're playing 1. I don't have hammer, so... So we got a whole lot of keys here. I didn't think you could get the small keys in the fire circle. Oh. Well, I didn't get the small keys from the fire circle. I got the small keys from the bat. All right, hidden ceiling chest. Oh, goody. I don't know what the next big game is that I'm gonna want to get. Like, Hytale was something that I was waiting for a really long time because I just really like that kind of game. Oh, goody. But that was like really the only, I mean, Subnautica 2, of course, I was like big into, but now I'm really worried that that's just never coming out at all. Oh, thank gosh. I get some fairies to help out with the 10,000 bits of damage that I've just got. I don't know. See, the thing is, like, I don't really know that, like, I have a lot of survival crafting games that I'm into right now, and I'm not really the biggest on things like Animal Crossing or anything of that variety. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Going all the way back. You know, it's amazing to think that, like, some people from the community joined in, like, you know, I just happened to be playing, like, their favorite games, right, of the community, and, you know, like Link to the Past, how many people have stuck around for so long after me playing Link to the Past for, like, on stream for so many times and whatnot? Like, I just happened to be playing the game that you wanted to watch at that exact moment in order to bring, you know, so many people into the community. It's every now and then I think about it, I'm like, wow, I was super lucky being able to meet all of you fantastic people. Literally nothing. All right, we got all of the chests here. The maze right side chest and the freestanding key. So, is there anything else I could do here? Stalfos, we don't have any way to get past those Stalfos, so there's no point in even trying because the door's going to be locked. And then we have the door locked on the other side without the hammer, so... and we have Song of Storms missing here. We have no more enemies that we can kill. Lakes and all that stuff is past the other things. I think GTG is good now. Also, yeah, I'm glad that people have been enjoying the VODs from, like, Link to the Past and other things like that. Oh, hi, Ruby. Are you a sleepy puppy? No, you want pets and cuddles? Oh, okay. You want attention? It's quite cold outside. Oh, no. I'm giving Ruby pets. Hello, Ruby. Are you cute? Yes, you are. Hello. You got fur in your mouth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ruby. Okay. You bet it's colder in Canada? I mean, possibly. Sometimes there's actually been some times where it's been colder in Georgia than it's been in Manitoba. So there's sometimes it's hotter in Manitoba than it is in, wait, hang on. Yeah. I think we're done here. We gotta go to the next area, which is the Haunted Wasteland. Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-ba-dum. The thing is that, and I say this all the time, but I don't, I'm not really a big fan of the competition between, like, oh, it's, you know, oh, you're, you know, you know nothing of cold until you come to blah, 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 right? Because it's all based on, you know, what your infrastructure is meant to handle, right? I'm going to break that box and then come back because I want to make sure that I can warp back if I want to. But yeah, it's definitely, I do want to, like, I know that people was like, ah, man, it's super hot here, it's super cold here. Yeah, that's, like, that's okay. That's not the problem. The problem is, like, you know, insulting people for complaining about being cold and stuff, that I have the problem with. Yeah. Oh my god, it's a blue chicken! We got 1, 2, 3. We are going to ignore all that other stuff. It can be cold in both places. Just because it's not as cold in one place doesn't mean the people there can't be cold. Yeah, exactly. I think, that's something that I said the other day. Not that exact words, but, like, pretty much similar. It's all based on your infrastructure and what you're climatized to. I can go outside and I'm gonna have an easier time in -20 whatever weather than somebody else is who's, you know, not used to it. I'm gonna wait to get that till I grab a ice trap. Yeah. Being colder than Antarctica is not a flex we want, though. No. We've also been colder than Mars, the surface of Mars here, if I'm not mistaken. It's been pretty gross. We'll grab it. Just for fun. Here in Minnesota, temperatures are all over the place. We get really cold winters, really hot summers. Yeah, you're similar to what we have. Okay, so we have the 4 skulls here. And the wasteland chest, but we need the crate near the Colossus. Brazil I've really I've seen a lot of great things about Brazil. Brazil is one of those places I would really like to see one day if I can. My allergies make it really difficult to travel anywhere with warm stuff because most stuff is very citrusy. Most foods and whatnot, and if I don't know the language, I have a really hard time communicating the fact that it's deadly. So there's so many places I would love to travel. Going this way, I'm being attacked by these guys. No, an ice trap. You're still sore from shoveling snow Sunday? How much snow did everybody get? Size is really big, yeah. That is huge on, the map. It looks huge. 60 centimeters in Toronto? Oof, that's so much. I'm just dipping in here because I don't want to deal with all the stuff outside while I, Okay. We do have oh, we can't go any farther, though, because we don't have the gold or the silver gauntlets. Darn. Okay, that's fine. We can't do anything else here without... yeah. Let's go back. Let's warp to... where do we want to warp to? We don't have Nocturne. We don't have... we could do Forest Temple. I feel like... we have Boomerang. We can go back to... The question is... where do I want to go now? I don't have any enemies to kill in Jabu. Oh, wait, hang on. No, we have Boomerang. We have Wolfos and Boomerang. So let's go back to being a child. Let's go to the forest. Let's grab the Wolfos kills so that we can go to Saria's area, get the Saria song stuff, and then if we don't find anything, then we can go to Jabu, because there's that area with pots, now that we've got the Boomerang. I forgot about that. Also welcoming Goku and Cad and Sirdak, Sylvanas, Davos, Talon, Spacky, Spock, Rotate, Hyperstrike, Smash, Winter Scythe, Shanghai, Lanthier. Welcome in, everyone. You're all amazing. I hope you know that. Oh man, having this color-coded is so much easier. There should be a daily food that's just leftover spaghetti. I think bed spaghetti is in there. Leftover lasagna. Oh, man. You talked a bit earlier, but the tree from this game, the Deku tree? Is suspicious in Portuguese? It's dark. Okay, before I go anywhere, Kokiri Forest, I want to make sure that it says that there is 12 grass in here. So let me just count the grass, make sure I've got it all. Okay. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 grass here. So I'll just mark down that there's 8 grass here that we've gotten already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Nine, 10, 11, 12. What is wrong with this guy? Excuse me? What is this? Why he's dancing? He looks like he's doing some not family-friendly stuff out here. I like you to go back inside. This is a family-friendly stream. Alright, we also... Did we do the maze grass? I need to check the maze grass too. Make sure. What? Me? No. I have no idea what you're talking about. I would never. Okay. 1 grass. 2 grass. Where's the 3rd grass? Oh, 3 grass. Okay, we've got all 3 grasses from here. 1, 2, 3. So we don't have any of the Deku Babas because we don't have Deku Baba Soul. Adult platform. Oh, there's Octoroks in Kokiri Forest. Shoot. That's right. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna go deal with the Wolfos. Hey, Digimaster and Genwa and Maid and Dark Beast. Is an NPC doing that? Yep. I have read your message, but I cannot read it out loud because yes. Why chicken? Wait, why chicken? Why chicken? Chicken. No, adult chicken. No. That's right. I have adult chicken, not regular chicken. All right, I'm ready, Wolfos. Bring it on. All right, so this is Sacred Forest Meadow. What did we get from that? I didn't look because I was marking it down. Bombs? A Deku Nut? Okay, I'm not sure which one is correct. Just junk. Deku bombs. Okay, we've got those. We got the Wolfos Grotto chest, which is just a fairy. So we have a lot of scrubs that we're about to have to annihilate. Come back here. Hey! Hey! I don't see them. Then in a spicy chicken burger. Wait, you're cursing my luck! It wasn't me! Oh, a fairy. I was excited. Okay, so we got 2 scrubs. Alright, did, Come back here! A fairy, okay. Well, man, we keep finding not amazing things. I would like amazing things, please. The colors keep changing? No, the colors keep changing because of the randomizer settings I have. Darn. Okay, well, there's 2 more scrubs. When we all Saku, yeah. Berry. Okay, well, we got all the scrubs. I'm pretty sure that's like all the scrubs, right, in the game? Wow. Taria's song was Ruby. Can I please get Zelda's lullaby? Is there anything else I can do in Sacred Forest Meadow? Gossip Stone? Okay, well, I don't think I marked off the Gossip Stone. Oh, wait a minute. There's a Gossip Stone over here. Also, welcome in Dova and Yuno. Alright, we got the Saria Gossip Stone Big Fairy. Is what? Is it Zelda's Lullaby? That would be great if it was. It's always an actual fairy. We've probably already done this. Hey, Tigger. All right, another one. We have to turn off and then turn it on again. Blinks. Hey, Rashkabar. Oh. What are we blinking about? So much storms. Where's the storms? No! I gotta go all the way around again. Go away. I can't see. And jumped from you long-shotting across quicksand to you in Sacred Forest Meadow as a kid. That was, I just sped up time so that you didn't have to watch the boring parts of me not getting anything. Excuse me. I would like this, please. Ah! No! Not again! Why am I so incapable of walking in a straight line? Let's go all the way back around again. 10,000. Oh my god. Go away. That one guy keeps getting attacked over and over again. I feel bad for him. Bunnyhood too OP? Too fast. Too fast, too furious. Okay, we've got the big fairy spawn here and the big fairy spawn here, which is all of the stuff from Sacred Forest Meadow now until... Okay. Well, we'll get that green rupee, I guess. Okay. Sacred Forest Meadow is done. I guess Jabu, man, at the end of last stream, I'm like, man, we have so many things we could do. And now we're like, oh god, there's so little things to do. Yo, have a good night, Anna. We have to add Saku chasing down people for Gardic phone night as a thingy. That'd be funny. No. There we go. I'm like, wait, what's the song again? My brain. We're going to I'm trying to think of what else I can get with a boomerang. There's no enemies that we have to kill. We don't have any, like, I guess, yeah, because we don't have keys as a child that we can't just hit with a sword. The only thing that boomerang unlocks is those, like, thingies inside of Jabu's mouth. Hey, Genwa, thank you so much for that 10-watt streak. Hey, Princess Yang, welcome in. Nope. I have not randomized the skull tokens. Thankfully. Alright, into Jabu we go, I guess. And then after this, it's going to be wandering around stuck again. So, hopefully I find something good. Why am I last locationing everything? Where's Jabu in this list? I'm gonna go this way. That's the Doggo's Cavern. Jabu Jabu. There we go. Hello, Jabu Jabu. I guess it's the only thing we can do in here is that one area? Small wooden crate. It says small wooden crate. I'm pretty sure these, yeah. Why did this one not get marked off? Oops. I don't think, hang on, let me look at the enemies we have. Anubis, we don't have fully because we can't get into Spirit Temple. Armos, we don't have fully because we can't get into Spirit Temple. Beamos, we don't have fully because we can't get into Fire Temple. And also Ganon's Castle. Bubbles, we have a lot to do still. But that's mostly in Fire Temple. Without Hammer, we're kind of stuck there. Dark Link, we can't get into because of Water Temple. Dead Hand, varieties of, yeah, no. Deku Scrubs, I feel like we've done all the Deku Scrubs. But I don't know. Flare Dancer, Fire Temple, Floor Master, Spirit Temple, and Shadow Temple. Flying Pots, Shadow Temple. Goma Larvae, we've done. Tron Knuckle, we're still waiting for access to Spirit Temple, Keys, Fire Temple, Likes, Water Temple, and Fire Temple. Lizalfos and Dinalfos, GT or Ganis Castle, Octoroks. We need to go back to Kokiri Forest for that, so maybe that's where we need to go. P-hats! We have access to P-hats! The flying ones now! Hi, goodbye. Okay. If we don't find anything here, we go kill P-hats. Because there's only 2 of them left. Ah, what? Junk. Ice trap or not ice trap, chat? What do you think? Ice trap? Yeah, I definitely think this ice trap. Oh! Yo! Not ice trap! Not ice trap! Not ice trap! Let's go! We finally have access to something that doesn't suck. Oh, man. Let's go. But I need more ice traps. I need to leave this place. You want your fool? We got silver gauntlets. Now, you might be thinking Saku is going to immediately go and become an adult. But no, I don't want to. Oh, God, it's daytime. Or nighttime. You want your fool? But I'm already here. I need to go kill some P-hats. Before I forget. Because I'm going to. That was an adorably evil laugh. Thank you. Thank you. Trying to drink my drink, but I'm running out of drink. Has anybody gotten the new, any new Madrinas flavors? I'm going through the free run, strawberry shortcake one. So missing light arrows, hammer, mirror shield. I wonder if I have to find Gen in Soul. Because that would be really funny. Do I have to find Gen in Soul? No, thankfully. Madrinas is not just coffee. No. Madrinas has coffee, yes, is one of their things. Madrinas has coffee, milk teas, like if you have the strawberry milk tea, it's actually just like strawberry milk flavored. Like it tastes legit like strawberry milk. Oh wait, I've already done this one? There's also fruit teas, and there's also what's the other thing? Fruit teas and charged refreshers, so like energy, caffeinated juice, basically. Isn't finding Ganonsoul an option in ship? I have no idea. I don't play ship. I don't know anything about ship. Oh, it is an option. Oh, okay. For some reason, I read that isn't finding Ganonsoul an option in ship. Yeah, I might have done that. I've been known to be goofy. How am I supposed to deal with this guy? Excuse me. Where's the boss? No! Rude! Now I gotta sit here and wait for this guy to come out of the ground. Rude. Enjoy the lurk, Kippa. We're just gonna sit here and chat for a minute. Ah! Ah! Got him! One down! No. Ho-ha! What? Alright. Hyrule Field flying dude guy. Where is he in the Hyrule Field list? Hyrule Field flying guy. Where is he? Oh, there it is. Flying Pea Hat. Found him. We don't want more ice traps. I'm also probably gonna die. Oh, it saves the damage. Okay. Isn't the Pea Hat over the access to Gerudo? What do you mean? There's two of them. Also a flying one? Yeah. Yep. Which was confirmed as you walk towards it. Yep. I had the other ones already done, so it was just that one. The other ones have already been done. So that's it for Pea Hats, actually. I can mark that down. Gosh, I need health? I have so many stuff to do right now. So many stuff to do. I got silver gauntlets, which is so much. It's like the block in GTG, which I don't have access to yet because I don't have Stalfos souls. It is the block in Spirit Temple that I do have access to, which does a lot of stuff over there. We also have Wolfos and Likes and a whole bunch of other things over there. So like that is a lot of stuff in Spirit. Spirit Temple might actually be able to be completed. But before I do that, I want to go and try to see if I can slowly waddle my way out of here. Hey Spark Boy, welcome in. Aluve also, welcome in. I need health. The one rock over there is locked by, yeah, locked by gold. Oh, that one's locked. No, gold is that one. Hammer is that one. Silver is the other one. And is there any even silver rocks that I can lift up besides the cow? Is cow even silver, or is cow? No, I think cow might actually already be open. Okay, we're going to Spirit Temple. Heck it, that's gonna be where the most amount of stuff to do is. I'm gonna die in it though. Rude! Excuse me, I just need to go over here real fast. No. Yo, Titus, thank you so much for the 55 watch streaks. So many people with the 55 watch streaks today. Health. Give me the fairy! Why? Fairy, please! You're gonna get me killed! Fairy, come back! Fairy, please. Fairy, don't. No, you don't get to. I'm gonna die. Give me a fairy, please. I'm stuck. Run! Roll! Run! Oh my god. No! Woo! Goodbye. I can't spin slash. Health. Go back in, go back out, go back in, go back out. Go back in, go back out. Oh. Scrolling all the way down the list to the Spirit Temple, which is check 1,613 to 1,723. Pretty sure that's already done, but I want to make sure. It is. Hello? Alright, Bimbos on adult side. There is a lot of checks in here. Adult side, early BMOS. There we go. Where is adult side? Those are pots. I wish that these were like in any kind of order that were like, I know that it's I wish that the enemies were not a separate list. This isn't a complaint about, you know, what was made. The problem is the actual spoiler log. The way that it's like listed, because we copied the location from the spoiler log so that you know, it would match the order in which it showed up on the spoiler log. And the list here is like chests, then pots, then enemies. No. So I have to go through a really long, instead of like going in the order in which I would generically find it in a dungeon, I have to go through and scroll to the top, because like none of this stuff fits on the screen, right? Because it's all so long. All right, like chest. Hello? Hello? I guess it's hook shot? For some reason I thought I could... Don't touch me. Wow, that's a lot of rupees. Alright, so we have the chest, which I'm assuming is up here somewhere. Compass chest, I'm assuming. Hi, Fogs! How are you doing? Where's the like? In this list, there it is. Adult climb like? No, this is not the adult climb like. This is an early adult like. Rolling around at the speed of sound. It's hot? Hey, Shopvac! Thank you for saying that I'm awesome as well. So we did not get this chest. Maybe this chest is the compass chest. Actually. Because this is early adult, right? Chest is on the other side. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is the compass chest, but we don't have access to it, so we can't mark it down. We did kill the Wolfos, which is a check. Astolfos, that's Anubis, that's whatever. Where's Wolfos? There it is. Early adult Wolfos. Whooping! My back is angry with me because I was moving things around the house today. And I've made mistakes by not lifting it properly. Okay. No! 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 Got the like here, and then I got the stupid thing from the pots too. So 2 flying pots. Adult climb pots, flying pots. We have to kill everything. Including this hand. Bam, 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 bam. Oh yeah, I guess that doesn't work, does it? Because I'm already using magic. No! No! Oh, no, you're rude. You're rude! You're rude! You know, you're rude! Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where is it? Where'd it go? I hear it. What happened? I don't understand. Did it fall? Isn't there a thing here? A wall master that comes from the beginning? Takes you back? You think this floor just has a floor master? Oh, thank God. Okay, sunblock. We've got the mirror, left chest, mirror, right chest. Wallmaster. That's no. That's child. Hey, Linus. No, there's definitely. Okay. I thought so. I just normally, you know, don't have to deal with it because I never, yeah. Wait, Final Fantasy 14 is down? It's been a hot minute since I've, actually gone all the way around. Oh, there's a patch tonight? So we can't do anything over there because we don't have the other things. What's it called? The Zelda's Lullaby. I really want Zelda's Lullaby, please. Ooh. Oh no. That's so much stuff. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. That's so much. That's so much stuff. Oh my God. Oh no. Song of Time gives me access to, let's see. Let's go through this real fast. GTG, the Shellblade stuff in there. The other things it gives me access to is every single gossip stone in the game has a fairy that will drop from playing this song at the gossip stone. So every single one of those as well, yeah. Dying. Okay. Let's mark down the BMOS. Oh wait, hang on. We have to go back. I need to kill an Armos. There's an Armos somewhere that I need to murder. Goodbye. Haha, you can't come up the stairs. I forgot about that guy. Okay, we should be able to get, like, all the Anubis now. Bombs too? Another encore for the Gossip Stone concert tour. It's just impressive about how much stuff we have just unlocked. But also that's really good because it's gonna mean that we have a lot of stuff we can do. Okay. What is this weak jump that I've got going on over here? I guess we might as well use it. Ah, fairy. Where's the other guy? Hey! I love that he's just sneaky. He just popped out of nowhere. It's like, hey, I'm here. What is with that weak jump? Stop. Where's the other guy? Oh, hey, Quiver. Oh, hello. You talking about me? Yes. Hi, Rain and Kumis. Welcome in. Okay, that is all the Anubis, by the way. There's no more Anubis in the game, I believe. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. How goes the OOT? Well, we just unlocked a whole lot of stuff. 1, 2, and 3, and the Beamos. We have to kill 4 Armos. Oh, goody. So this is all. Oh my god, stop with the ice traps! Rude. Game's mean. Okay. Got those, go back in here. Oh, my face. So we can't go. Ay, ay, ay. We can't go that way because we don't have the mirror shield. When you neutralize them, is that a disarmos? Yes, yes, yes it is. 1 chest. Oh, thank gosh, right in time. I jumped way up. Wow, I have no idea what you're talking about. Invisible chest, invisible chest. Here we go. What a weird order. It's like, oh man. I'm just looking at the order for some of this stuff. I'm gonna have a rough time here. Oh, wait, Abby. Ah! Not gonna lie, I forgot about the fact that I need to bait and then jump. No, don't touch me. Rude. Okay. We killed the Iron Knuckle. Got a striker in chat. Also, welcome in, Rune. And then this is the Silver Gauntlets chest, but this is actually called the hand chest. No, that's not the hand chest. This is... What even is this? Oh, the Mirror Shield. Was this the Mirror Shield chest? No, Silver Gauntlets on the other side. What am I talking about? Hello. I have played this game before, apparently, but not well. I forgot that I get the Mirror Shield here, and for some reason I thought it was in the Mirror Shield block chest, because that makes total sense. Okay. No, not you. Don't even think about it. You thought about it? Alright, this is 4 Beamos in whatever room this is, so let's take a look. Where's Beamos? Oh, here we go. Lower Beamos, upper Beamos. Boss key room torch slug. Why is the torch slugs before? Isn't that through here? What? What? Why is that before the Beamos? I'm confused. Help. Okay, 1 pot. Ha ha ha. How many pots are in here? 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Bigoron! No! 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 It's not Bigoron! No! Sadness. I thought it was Bigoron. It was so it looked like it was Bigoron. Okay. All right. We have Dinalfos and Lizalfos right here too. Yo, piece of heart. Let's go. Okay, first Lizalfos. Hello? There you go. Okay, second Lizalfos. And then we got 1 bubble. Two bubble. Wow. Rip that money. No. 3 bubbles. All right. I think that's it. There's also fairies that you can get from Sunsong somewhere in here. Although I don't know where they are. But yeah, okay. Do we have them? We don't have the mirror shield, right? You can't sleep. How is everyone? Hungry? Okay, so we are locked out of this dungeon. For the following reasons. Locked out by... Okay, we're not locked out by silver gauntlets anymore. Wall skulls. Great, we have the wall skulls. Mirror shield. Mirror shield. Is there anything else besides that? Oh, Zelda's lullaby. Zelda's lullaby. An interesting food, or wait, what? An interesting food combo? A bag of collard greens? Is there anything else that I need for this dungeon? I don't think so. Zelda's lullaby, wall skulls, and mirror shield. I think I've gotten everything else. Just scrolling through. Skull. Torch slug. Needs Zelda's lullaby. Skull. Sun song. Okay, perfect. Bed full of porridge. That sounds like a bad time. Oh, there's so many songs I need to do. Okay, actually, I'm gonna take 2 seconds to BRB. I got a bit of a headache and I want to go take some medicine. So I will be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Please and thank you. I'm back. Ruby also wanted to go lie down on the bed, so I put her on the bed so she's not in this stream room anymore. Okay. I'm also taking my vitamins at the same time. Doggleless stream, I know, I'm sorry. But she She's antsy because she hasn't been able to go outside enough because of how cold it's been. So, Doggo's health and well-being is always priority rather than putting her on the camera. Good choice with the Latias. Best Pokemon. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Like 20,000 vitamins to take every day. So how is everyone? Everyone doing good? Everyone, we have a whole lot of stuff we have to check right away. We might as well start with, actually, you know what, maybe we do child stuff. I don't know. I'd like to know what the gauntlet stuff, we have a whole lot of gold gauntlet chests and stuff that, like, sorry, yeah, a whole lot of gold gauntlet rocks. Love the BRB screen. Me too. It's pretty great. Infamous got it for us. Is that a song? Is that a ice trap? Darn it! My BRB screen, Infamous. Okay, let's scroll all the way up to market. Oh, that's definitely an ice trap too. Yeah, I knew it. Okay. All right, so market should be oh, Temple of Time. Sorry, Temple of Time, Gossip Stone left, center, right, and right center. Perfect. So light arrow cutscene we don't get until we get the other things. So that is fully locked. Locked by, was it Spirit Medallion? So what I've done, hang on, let me show you. What I've done is I mark down for each segment as colored, right? So, I mark down what it is that this, like, basically, like, what I need to do for each different section so that I know not to bother coming here unless I have one of these items. So, yeah, it's been pretty great. Friends who haven't seen much of this past year. Oh, nice! That's awesome! Also, I might need to do some major changes to the Hightail server. I have to figure out some settings and stuff to make this, like, work and whatnot, but yeah. I'm looking at stuff. Please don't get too attached to the world, please. In case I need to do some resetting or whatever else, I'll do what you can, play what you can, just don't get too attached to it in case I need to do some major changes. Thank you. No yelling at me, Redded. Going back outside. I really need Skulltula and Wall Skulltula souls would be fantastic. All right, so we have the one that's here. This is Hyrule Field, which is somewhere in this list, probably above Market. Yes. So this is Hyrule Field Grotto next to Market. Yes. So we have the Hyrule Field near Market Grotto grass we've done. You can see that all done here. Yep. We'll mark down the Gossip Stone near Market for that. And so that's the, oh God, I just dropped my controller. Yikes. Okay, that doesn't work when the other fairy's out, I guess. So let's go back out and come back in. You know what I'm craving? Mongos. I need somebody to go to Mongos with me. Literally nothing! Not mongoose. No, Mongos. All right, let's go. Rain, come down here. We'll go to Mongos. No, not mangoes. Mongos. M-O-N-G-O-S. Hang on, I'm showing you. I'm showing you. Hang on, give me a sec. These are tiny pictures. Hang on. No. I got it. I'm gonna show you. I'm showing. I'm just trying to get like as many pictures as possible so that you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, here we go. Okay. This is the stuff, the food that you get. It's like there's a round thingy, right? There's a round thingy, and you go to the buffet stuff, and you grab stuff like all the veggies and all the noodles and all the meats, and you put it in a bowl. You put it in a bowl that's like this size, and then you take it up to the grill, and they'll grill it in front of you with knives and swords and stuff. It is so good. Oh my God. It's like my favorite place to go. Anytime somebody comes to Winnipeg, I'm like, oh my God, we're going to Mongos. Like 100%. That is always the place to go. And yeah. Yeah. We have this type of thing. It's delicious. Yeah. It's so good. I love going there. I've managed to convince like multiple people to go with me. I drank all my water. Now I need to fill up my drink. Okay. Did I get the butterflies here? I didn't mark it down saying that I got the butterflies, so. Oh, I actually didn't have nearly as much water as I thought I did before I started stream in my water jug. I think it'll be fine. I've just been drinking so much water. Gonna have like 20 potty breaks. Gotta stay hydrated. Get more a stretch break, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I just... Shake, 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 shake. I have, I do have a decent amount still. I've got like, hang on, this is my water jug. So you can see how much is left. But not much. That's like one more cup. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Off we go. Rolling around at the speed of sound. So many. I feel like I'm trying to think of what else we've gotten access to with the silver gauntlets. Silver gauntlets is great, but you know, that's only if the rocks will let you lift them up, right? A lot of the rocks are locked by gold gauntlets, so it's like, oh, halfway there, living on a square. Take care, Tropical, please. Be safe. Yo, have a good night, Mernco. Okay, gold gauntlets. Gold gauntlets. Walking slowly. Your market grotto chest. We've got the piece of heart in the Tektite grotto. We haven't gotten the southeast grotto chest. But we have gotten the open grotto chest. Oh shoot, I didn't grab that. Okay, that's fine. I came over here for cows. Hey, Derek. Welcome in. Whoa, what is happening? Hang on a second. Oh man, is it more gold gauntlets? Darn it. Hang on. What is going on here? Oh my god. There is as many people watching on YouTube as there is watching on Twitch right now. This is something with the boulder shuffle specifically, yeah? Yeah, golden gauntlet boulders are because of boulder shuffle, specifically. We are going over here and there's an open grotto. That's a lot of people. It is a lot of people. No pressure, Saku. We gone rolling. So over here we have more fairies in the open grotto. Now that we've got the Song of Storms and the Song of Time, because the open grotto, Song of Time, please. Oh, yes, give me, please. I need those, please give. Give. Thank you. Send a link when I mentioned local. Ah. Yeah. Manitoba. Bam, 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 bam. That's not okay. Southeast Grotto, Tektite Grotto, Tektite we can't kill. Skull we can't kill because we don't have skull souls. We can't do the cow grass because we don't have gold gauntlets. We've got can't do the fairy fountain because we're missing the hammer. The near market grotto butterfly, I'm pretty sure we've already done them. I'm gonna mark them off. Southeast Grotto Fairy, we don't have. Open Grotto Fairy, we have done, but now I can mark down the fact that we also got the Open Grotto Gossip Stone regular fairy spawn. So that means that now, in order to complete this Hyrule field, the things I need for this area is, okay. Locked by Epona Song for cow. Wall skull souls. Skull soul. There's two different types of skull souls. If you take a look at the list here, there is Skulltulas, which I always mispronounce, and then there's Skullwaltulas. So both of those we need in order to clear this. We need gold gauntlets. And what was the other thing? Oh, Tektites, because the Tektite grottos, soul, and hammer. And that will be everything for the Hyrule field. Yeah, let's go. Oh, we're making big progress. All right, let's go back to, actually, we might be close to, let's go to GTG and let's see if any of the shell blades there, might have anything. Song of Time doesn't do anything for me in Water Temple yet. So we have Shellblade stuff for Water Temple, but I don't have access to it because we need keys. And the only thing that we can get keys from is either Tektites or either Tektites in there, or we also have, what else is there? The spike enemies. Spike enemies is another one that we can get, and the boss, Morpha. So one of those will drop keys. Or, yes, spike enemies there's a lot of. Oh, it's so nice to be able to walk in a straight line backwards. So we go faster. So we got, we unlocked the door at least for the Shellblade stuff. I'm really hoping that I get something good. Lurk mode. Enjoy the lurk, Rain. Also, Rain, I did see your stuff about the server. I will look into it as soon as I'm done. I know that you know that I can't do it now, but I still want to let you know that I have seen it. I will look at it. Also, everybody who's hanging out, watching, if you want to join the Discord, we have a cool community Discord where we hang out, we share recipes, we share food pictures, we share talks about video games. We do a lot of cool things together. Archipelago stuff, so if you like multi-worlds and randomizers, we do a lot of those. Yeah. Discord.gg/Sakura Tsubasa. Same as the channel name here. I am biased. I believe that I have the best community on Twitch. So I'm gonna say you should join. And we definitely have a cookbook that needs contributions, yes. Oh my gosh, I want to put in the cookbook recipe that I have for what's it called? Nacho dip? Right. Oh gosh, I forgot. I need to breathe. Whoops. Okay, fairy. 1 shell blade. Oh no! We're not gonna get ice traps while we're in the water though, thankfully. 1 more. There you are. Please be something good. Oh well. I tried. Alright, scroll through to GTG. GTG should be close to the bottom. Yeah, here we go. I was hoping that I would get Stalfos Soul. I feel like Stalfos is kind of locking me on a bunch of things. Amazingly, not the first time I've heard Saku say, I forgot I need to breathe. This time it's actually referring to something in-game and not in real life, right? So that's a good thing. Swim, 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 swim. All right, please give me something good, okay? I need the goods. Epona's song would be huge. Ah, I forgot about the ice traps. All right, what do we got for this? Okay, nothing good. All right, well. So this is, where is the shell blade? 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then the underwater silver rupee chest. There we go. Okay. So so GTG is currently locked by hammer on one side. We have Stalfos Souls on the other side. Is there anything else that we're missing for this? I don't think so. Once we get the Stalfos Souls, we can get right through to everything else. I don't think there's anything else that we can... Stalfos Souls is the thing that's really blocking me. Yep, we got everything else we need for this. Where the heck is my Stalfos Souls? Okay, well, let's leave here, I guess. Where do we want to go next? Still can't... Wow, maybe we can get into... technically not something we should be doing, but maybe... Oh, wait, no. I lied. We're going to get the Octoroks from Kokiri Forest. Fool! That's me. Big fool. Kokiri Forest has Octoroks. We gotta walk all the way there. No, the big thing is we also need like 10,000, what's it called? 10,000, gossip stones. So trying to keep track of where the gossip stones are that we have. We've already done all the ones in Hyrule Field. There's a bunch in Kokiri Forest, and we have to kill the Octoroks while we're there. So while we're there, we're going to do the Kokiri Forest ones and the not Sacred Forest Meadow, because we've done those ones already. The Lost Woods has at least 1, maybe 2. Yeah, it has 2. So... And then once we do that, we can go to Lake Hylia. If you skirt around the outside edge of Lake Hylia, I think there's 3 gossip stones, and then there's one by the actual lab. So there's those ones there. There's the gossip stone that is at Garuda Valley. And there's... I think we played the one at GT or at the Colossus, so I think I'm trying to think if there's anything else. There is one up on Death Mountain. 2 up on Death Mountain. Maybe even more than that. Okay, so we've already killed this guy. We'll kill him again. Just to get him out of the way. You can tell that we've already defeated them because if they don't drop something directly into my inventory. Yeah. First time defeating this guy gives me, wow, heart piece. Or not even a heart piece. Wait, where's the other one? There's 2 of them here. Hello? Oh, there you are. You thought you could get away from me? Not today. Ha 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 ha. Okay, well, that did not do anything. You know what? I didn't even mark down the fact that I've done Mido's house. Now I'm like, oh, did I actually do Mido's house? Octorok. Okay, adult platforms, Octorok. Adult near shop, Octorok. Adult path to Deku Skull Tula. Nope, don't have that because I don't have skulls. And we don't have Deku Babas either. So while we're here, there's a couple of gossip stones back here. We'll do these ones and then we'll go to Kakiri Forest so that we don't have to do like 10,000 different trips into 10,000 different areas. So there's two gossip stones back here. One here. Maybe 3 actually. Oh, hello. Oh, rude. Rude. And because it's a fairy, it freezes me twice. Because it's mean. Excuse me, can I get up there? Haha! Don't mind me, I'm trying to explain how Archipelago works to another person! Exclamation mark AP World. AP Worlds are a version of the randomizer that speaks Archipelago's standardized language, so I can say, here's this item for this player, and tell their game to give it to them. Yep. There is another... Where is my other gossip stone? Oh, there it is. Look at this secret one. Oh, goody. Ice trap? Oh my god! Zelda's Lullaby? What? That is so big! Oh my god! That is huge! Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! 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 That is massive. Okay. Trying to mark things down. Deku Tree, Gossip Stone, this and this. Yes. Okay. Woo. Got those. Well, I gotta mark these on the tracker because I'm not very good at actually marking songs. And, my mods can't mark those on the tracker. If you want to see where the tracker is, if you're looking at my screen and going, what are you talking about, Saga? What tracker? It's actually like at the very top of the screen and at the very bottom of the screen above the game. We have so much to do now all of a sudden. It's a bit out of date. The tracker is? Hang on. I can't get through here. I guess we'll teleport away. We have a lot of stuff we all of a sudden got access to, and I'm like, do I just want to go around and do all this other junk, or do I just want to go and do the things that matter, like going to the water temple? Actually, water temple sounds like the better choice. I don't think the Garuda membership card can be activated by a mod. I have to do that myself as well. Okay, there we go. Let's go in here. Zelda's Lullaby. That also gives us access to all of those fairies, those great fairies. What I need is Nocturne for Shadow Temple. I don't have any access to Shadow Temple right now. I need Nocturne for Shadow Temple. I have Bolero as well. I need a Epona Song for cows. Sun Song does a bunch of checks. I need the hammer for Fire Temple. I have to be careful which rooms I go into in here because, yeah. I can't see. I don't know if we're still going up. It looks like we are. We're going up, 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 da, 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 da. All right. Let's mark down in the water temple. We have a room that we can't go into because there's spiky boys in there. We don't have the spiky boy's soul. Okay. This one, though, has shell blades, which is something that we do have access to. No, we can use the, yeah. I was like, oh, I don't have the hook shot out, but we have the bow. Oh, goody! Well, heck. We got health. Oh, yo, there we go. There's my keys. We basically have almost all the access now to Water Temple. Would be great if I had, you know, hammer, but also it doesn't really matter because I have the long shot. Okay, so this is Torch's chest. We'll mark that off, and we have shell blades that we killed in here. So shell blade 1, 2, and 3. Bam. We've also killed the stingrays from the earlier stuff. We have to go through every single room in the water temple because of the fact that we have to like kill all the enemies. Have they replaced all small keys with key rings? In this rando, yes, because I said it that way. You can set the key rings to, like, you can set keys to be not key rings, but I find that key rings are a little bit more interesting because they add more junk items to the pool, thus you can possibly get more ice traps. And I'm a little weird, so I do in fact like more ice traps. I'll mark down that shell blade. Hi, Nap Nap. Welcome in. Hey, Hedgewolf. How's it going? Look at all these pots. Talk weird, say it isn't so. I am in fact weird, but it's okay. I've grown to accept it. 4 pots. 4 pots. Which pots are these? Lobby spike pots? No, these aren't spike pots. We're 4 pots behind gate. Okay, there we go. Behind gate pots. Those ones. Trying to keep track of everything is really hard when some of the names are not exactly obvious. Build a spider? No. We already got all the we don't have skull token shuffle, thankfully. Oh my god, can you imagine? I already have 1,899 checks. That would be like 1,999. And then I would be really sad. If I had 1,999 checks as an option on the thing, I would just be like, you know, maybe we just make it 2,000. And I need to figure out a way to put in 1 extra check. Just 1. So, right? You hate spiders? Yeah, same, honestly. Liking at ice traps must be a Canadian thing. It's true. So this is the area with the dragon. There's also a Tektite here that we can't deal with because, yeah. I just want to make sure that there's no pots in here. I don't think there is, but... Oh. And make sure there's no pots. Nope, no pots in there. There is a couple shell blades in here that we're gonna kill off the bat because I don't want to forget about them. Actually, it might be better to get them to go out. Go out the door rather than be stuck in here so that they don't get me, like, you know, stuck. Which one? Dragon chest, I guess this is called. So let's go back to shell blades, dragon statue shell blades. There we go. Yeah, I figured that we still had 1 stuck in here. Also, you know what's great is, in the middle of a blizzard, not a blizzard, but in the middle of, like, deep freeze is getting a, what's it called? There we go. Getting a Slurpee. I don't know what. Like, even when it's cold, like, instead of getting something hot, it's just, I don't know. I always get something like ice cream or Slurpee or whatever else I'll... Excuse me. Don't. Okay, so we got the 2 shell blades from here. There's no Tektite that we can get right here because we don't have the Tektite soul. Do you know how many Tektites there are in this dungeon? If you had to guess, what do you think? Just take a random guess. $12? There is more than 12. There's 2 in the lobby. There's 5 at the statue puzzle. So that's 7. There's 1 at the water spout. So that's 8. There's 6 in the whirlpool room. So that's what, 14? And 2 in the water, the double or triple water spout room. And then 1 more in a different water spout room. There are so many Tektites in this dungeon. Do we have the Stingray's souls? I don't know that we do. I guess we'll find out. I don't actually know what they're called. Oh, stingers? Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we don't. But there is pots in that room, so I have to be careful. So instead of going the annoyingly long way, I'm gonna go this way. I'm not gonna go that way because I'm gonna whiff. Stinger and Stingray combined soul technically. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me! No, thank you. This hover boots trick is one of the best things I've learned from you in this game. It's so good. Oh, hey, I did not realize that you were down here. Oh gosh, hello. You are not very nice. Yay! An ice trap, which is gonna hit me now. Alright, that's the before the big key shell blade. Big key chest. Which is not the big key. Use Ultra Hand? Oh man, why didn't I think of that? Also, hey Ash Bash. Also, I love your name. Bombs? And rupees. Can you imagine how quickly this dungeon would be if you could get... Oh my gosh, yes. That would be amazing. Ascend is like my favorite Zelda ability. Okay, we got the 2 pots here. Not like pots, bosky pots. There we go. I have a really big spreadsheet that I have to go through in order to mark things off to make sure that I'm tracking everything correctly. So, but I've gotten really good at it, so I'm not taking too long when I'm not taking too long for it. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Wasn't paying attention. Yeah, Rashkavar, you're correct. Yeah, this is the room with more Tektites. What's going on with my camera? Hello? Stop. I need to go through the door. So there's no stingers in here because we don't have them right now, but like we don't have the souls for them, but we're going to check the pots because this is okay. Please don't be nice trap. No, it's a nice trap. All right, cool. See, we could do this, but there's no point because there's nothing in there. So what we're going to do is I'm going to teach you a cool trick. If you need to come in here and you want to leave, here's what you do, okay? Line yourself up. Hit the button, okay? Go to the very edge of the button. Wait for the water to drain all the way down. All the way. Till it stops, okay? Okay? Take off your iron boots and swim forward immediately. Swim, 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 swim. Well, aim. No block pushing required. Skills. And then I'm gonna fail this room 10,000 times. Yikes. Okay, never mind. I actually made it through. Gamer! No! Ah, don't even. But yeah, first try. Let's go. Well, bam. Oops. All right, more stuff. I do know a lot about this game. We have more. You know, I thought that I knew pretty much everything about this game, but there's been a couple of things that I've learned from this playthrough about the fairies. That I find really interesting. So I did not know as much as I thought I did about this game. But after today, and after this playthrough, I'm gonna basically know everything about the game. So there is a chest down here. We can't get it because we don't have the souls for the spiky boys. But we do have the souls for shell blades. So we can do at least half of the enemies in order to clear out the stuff. Because enemies will drop items. Every time that we kill an enemy, it will for the first time, of course. Anytime that I kill this guy for the first time, he's gonna drop an item. Oh, good. Oh man, I definitely could have lived without that one. But yeah, so now we got the 2 shell blades from here. Boo. So because we haven't killed all the enemies in here, unfortunately that means that that's not going to open up, so we gotta leave now. Slowly going up. We're making big progress though. So I'm trying to think of what else Zelda's Lullaby unlocks besides so we have ice cavern. Ice cavern unlocks now. The Tektite here, but thankfully I won't have to worry about this guy because we don't have his soul. Yeah, we do have the well. Oh, I forgot about that too. The well is also another good thing. We actually have quite a bit to do. We have the well, we have, you know, the Gossip Stone World Tour. We've got, you know, the rest of this dungeon. We have the guys in Spirit Temple. We have a bunch of stuff in Spirit Temple that the thing unlocks. Another cool trick. You don't have the long shot. Okay, never mind. That's you gotta actually, you know, do it correctly. Don't be Saku and be a goof. Here, put the hover boots on is what I was trying to do, and then I just pressed the button and it didn't actually do it, so it's fine. Whoopee. No need for long shot if you have the hover boots, and you can, yeah. Ah! I'm too far forward. So again, go back down. Ah! See, that was what I meant to do the first time, but then I just completely whiffed. Okay. Ooh, yay! Central bow target pot 1 and 2, and the central bow target pillar chest. We're getting a whole lot of rupees, and a whole lot of not needing to spend them on anything. Also, if you do join the Discord, remember to, like, you know, actually let us know that you're a real human, so that you can be invited into the actual, like, main part of the Discord. A real human being. Because there's like the entry Discord, and then there's like the real Discord, which is mostly just the same except for with more channels and with people talking. Yeah, I don't think there's anything except for going this way. All right, here we go. More bats. Literally nothing. Oh, Nocturne though. Oh my god. Okay, I was memeing, but then we actually got something good, which I wasn't expecting. Nocturne is big. Oh, that's all. Wait, how much can I do in we have redeads. We don't have skulls, but we have the I'm trying to think. We have BMOs, we have redeads, we have keys, we have wall and floor masters, we have flying pots, we have likes. Is there even likes in there? I think we are missing skulls. Like skulltulas. But I think that's it. There's one like in there? Okay. Whoa. I did not think that would work. Also, we have an archipelago multi-world going on right now. Don't forget, if you are participating, to do your checks. So here's likes, and again, another fancy hover boots thing is that you don't actually need to do anything in this room. for the puzzle. This is supposed to be a puzzle. It does not become a puzzle if you have the hover boots. Hello, thank you for the boost. Don't even think about it. Oh, every time that like an enemy dies or whatever in the game, I'm like, oh man, is it gonna kill me with the, yeah. Is it gonna kill me with an ice trap? Nope, not today. We do have Dark Link's soul, which is one of the reasons why I came in here. Literally nothing. Because I figured that maybe it was hinting towards the fact that we had to actually come through here before. River pot? No, this is not a river. Oh, this is like lake pot. Okay, got it. We're doing good. Couldn't get that chest, couldn't get that chest, can't get that chest. Alright, Dark Link time. We don't have Big Goron sword, so this is gonna be kind of butts. But thankfully we don't have much health. So he shouldn't either. I may die. I would like it that if I came in here with like 1 heart, that he came in here with 1 heart too. Like, not 1 heart container, but I mean like actually 1 heart. Excuse me, I'm busy. Rude. This is so much harder to do on this instead of on my console. Excuse me. I know you're here. I can hear you. Oh, there you are. Please explain this trick. Okay, so there's different ways that you can swing your sword. Depending upon the direction, okay, depending upon the direction in which you're holding your thumbstick. So what I'm doing is I'm pressing down and right, and my sword is actually like I'm swinging it so far backwards to start that that it's hitting him from behind me, and because I'm not yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to explain this while not dying, but I can't because I'm dying. Okay, I'm gonna please don't die. Sorry. I was so focused on explaining it, yeah. Okay, TLDR, Z target, okay? So you have a couple ways you can swing your sword, right? You have generic B press, that's a slash, right? Slash, right? You have Z target slash, which is vertical slash. So B, ZB, okay? If you then press a direction, hold Z, right? Press a direction, so like, let's say left, right? Oh, that was right, sorry, left. So you can, this is you're swinging to the left, and then you press right, you swing to the right, okay? If you press down and right, there we go. You see how instead of pressing, so just like right, you see how it's left on the joystick, right? Hang on. You're pressing the direction on here. Right? So you see, this is right. I mean, I think you could just do it with just right in general. You just can't do forward. But the problem is, like, you know, you also have to be backing up at the same time so that you're baiting the guy. You have to bait the guy to stand to the back left of you, right? So, because when you swing, you want your you see that initial swing like backwards there. That's gonna hit him. It is much easier with the Begoron sword, like way, 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 way easier with the Begoron sword. But yeah, it's really hard to show off while I'm in the middle of a fight and try not to die, basically. Oh. Going in here with 3 hearts is a mistake. But there is normally pots out here with a fairy or with health. Well, actually, I think it's magic. So we're probably dead. Don't you have the big Goron sword? Do I? No, that's a giant's knife. I mean, I guess I could use it for this fight, but it's definitely not the big Goron sword. Yeah, it'll break. But I think that I'll kill him fast enough that it won't matter. Excuse me. Oh, what am I doing? I'm hitting it with the freaking... Oh my god. Well, there went 2 hits. Yeah, see? It's a lot easier to do it with the big Goron sword. There goes the big Goron sword, the giant's knife. Okay. But yeah, getting him into the right position is important, which is why you're pressing down and back. See, it's a lot easier to do when I'm not explaining. No! I am going to die. All right, that's the long shot chest. And then, I think maybe health. Darn. I didn't know if this one had one of those. There's a couple of places in the game that you can hook shot and you get health. Swim, 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 swim. Oh, this is dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Don't let me in! No! Let me out! Let me out! No! I don't want to lose my health. Okay, fine. Sadness. Boo. I just got health. I just lost health. No escape. Pots, 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 pots. Please be health. Please be a fairy. Don't be an ice trap. Wow, a Hylian shield. Woo! Alright, 2 river pots. I'm gonna mark off the river chest because I don't care. We're gonna get it. And we got the river pots. And then I think we're in BK mode for this dungeon. Well, I say BK mode. I think we're in, like, we're stuck. BK mode, as if I'm doing a multi-world. No! I think we're stuck for this dungeon. We can't do anything else in here until we get spikes or stingrays. Or Tektites. And Morphosoul. Is there anything else we can do? Dark Link we've done. Those are Tektites. Stingrays, Tektites. Spikes, Morpha. Yeah, okay. Yep. We cannot get anything else from here. So, this dungeon is locked by Stingray souls. Tektite souls. How sanity is on, yes. Well, yeah. In my experience of fighting Dark Link, swinging at him wildly without targeting has been easiest, but to each their own. I definitely cannot do that. I get hit way more often than I, yeah. Stingray souls, Tektite souls, Spike souls, Morphosoul. I think that's it. There's nothing else, right? Spikes, Tektites. Yep. Okay. Woo! We're done here. Let's go. Let's go become a child. Light arrows, hammer, mirror shield, gold gauntlet, Epona's sun song, and numerous souls for full access. Yes. Yeah, we just got Nocturne. Oh, we could go. Oh, there's so much we can do. This is probably silly, but I'm gonna do this anyways. I want to do this, and I want to go to Shadow Temple. Might as well do this while we're here. I'm being bullied. At least I can get some health. Don't even. I know that there's people who've tried to fight Dark Link with a hammer. I tried that, and I died so many times. I'm like, oh, maybe this is not the way. Okay, well, that was good. Of all the places that I went, I'm very glad that I went here. Okay, Colossus Berry. Big yay. We now have Baronade we can kill. Well, when we can actually, you know, get through it, but yeah. Many boss souls we need, actually. Oh god. Go away. Walk backwards fast. Don't touch me. The hammer has a really specific up to down animation. You'd have to time it to where he's just right there in front of you. Yeah, and not slapping you with the face. So the reason why I'm here is because in this dungeon there is a couple of checks that are locked by Zelda's Lullaby. I just want to make sure that we get through it. Yeah. Wait, you can do side swings with the hammer? I know you can do jump swings. I don't want any. Please and thank you. Wah! That was a weird sound that made at the end. Yeah, I know you can crouch stab with the hammer. For sure. It's so hard to see this. Wow. Oh shoot, there was the one at the entrance as well I forgot about. Blech. Okay, we're gonna have to go back to the beginning again. Because I oopsed and I forgot. I forgot about the Wolfos chest. Okay. We also have, now that we have Zelda's Lullaby, we also have access to the the one with the bunch of slugs. The fire slugs. Have you killed the Beamos? I sure have. I killed it with a bomb chew, specifically. I was like, I don't know that this is gonna work in the curved room. And then it did. So that's how I know for a fact that I killed that one, because I killed it in a weird way. Come back here. These guys are just not cooperating. Well, heck. I was really hoping that the fire slugs would give me something. I figured there was a lot of them, so... Oh, heck. No! Alright, well, mark that down. We got the fire slugs. Oops. You know, honestly, I forgot that that would happen. Alright, so we can mark off that Zelda's Lullaby. so now all we need is Wall Skulls, Mirror Shield, and Sun Song for this dungeon. We need a lot of boss souls. That's what we need. We're not going to be able to go, like, very far into anything until we start being able to, you know, actually kill bosses. We have a thingy here. Come back here. Rude. Graveyard, graveyard, graveyard. Oh, here it is. Graveyard. Where is the fairy from this one? All right. Gossip Stone. Here we go. Gossip Stone, fairy spawn, Gossip Stone, big fairy spawn. All right. We did not do both of them. We have to do another one. But I have to enter and exit the dungeon, I think, in order for it to reset to allow me to do the other one. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Mark these down, mark these down, mark these down. Hearing the stream is much easier when my headset is actually plugged in. Oh no. $5. Before we do anything else, I'm actually going to go into here because there's a whole lot of stuff that I haven't gotten access to before now. Was super focused on Factorio? Oh man, Factorio's a game I could probably lose like 1 billion hours in. No! No! How dare you! Rude. Alright, well, we got all the keys. Light the torches. You just hit 2K hours the other day? I'm trying to think of what other, like, what game I would have hit 2K hours in on Steam. Probably Destiny 2? Where is it up here? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Graveyard. Royal Family's tomb chest. Yes. Halo? Oh yeah, Halo was another one. Right, get rid of these. Oh, hello. No! 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 I do want this though. So these guys will not attack you while they're trying to go to where the places that you kill the other people. Like if you kill a Redead, the other ones will walk towards the place where the Redead died, and you can kill the rest of them. Servo, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I really don't want to do the Dompe nonsense again to figure out if I've done the Dompe nonsense. So I'm going to assume that I've done the Dompe nonsense. Oh, man. Okay. Seeing those reminded me of the Dompe nonsense. I'm just going to mark it off as done because I really cannot be bothered to do more Dompe nonsense. Stream was so good, made so much mid-trade progress, finally. Oh, the way that you worded that makes me concerned. Like the way the caps. Yo, Servo, thank you so much for the 72 months. Song from the Royal Family's Tomb is like all the way at the top of the list instead of in the graveyard list. Say Dompe nonsense a few more times to start making it sound not real. Dompe nonsense. Why is there zombie sounds? I thought I killed you guys. What are you doing back? That's cheating. There's definitely something here though. But I don't have sun. Oh, this is probably Sunsong. Sunsong Fairy. Your first playthrough on NES, Metroid? Oh god. NES games are so hard. I do not blame you. That's why I'm doing, what's it called? I'm gonna be doing Zero Mission. Oh, what? What? No, no. Ooh, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Nope. Okay, I had already killed you. I thought I did. I wasn't 100% sure. Also, this door looks like a door. No matter how many eatings you collected, that's why we use cheats. If you cheat yourself some eatings. Okay, I thought I had done this. I wasn't 100% sure, but I want to make sure. Shield Grave Chest is done. We don't have the Sun Song for the Heart Piece Grave Chest. We've killed the Redead in the Heart Piece Grave. And I'm pretty darn sure that all of these, yeah, these are all turned into fairies. So we've collected them all. And I'm going to collect one in a bottle. Get rid of these bugs. No bugs allowed. Oh man, save states is also good. Well, there's nothing on my tracker that says it's something that I need to get, so I'm not gonna bother wasting a bomb on the wall. I think it's just a texture thing. I should mark these down. Okay. So many checks that we've done. Go up here. Pretty sure that I've got these, but I'm gonna hit it anyways. Hey. Because I did not mark it down. The piece of heart crate is now marked. So it does say that I have graveyard child fairies 1, 2, and 3 that I did not mark down. So it's possible that I still have fairies in here that I have to do. Okay. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm curious, how did you find the stream? Did you get redirected here? My screen doesn't show me if people get redirected, so I don't actually know if anybody raided or anything like that. Or are you watching because Ocarina of Time? There's many things we've got to do in this dungeon. So many things. I'm gonna scroll to the Shadow Temple list. Let me do some quick math here. Actually, this doesn't look too bad. OOT algorithm? Heck yeah. OOT is great. It's a great game. I am literally failing at this math thing. 1612 minus 1531. 81 checks in this dungeon in total that we haven't even touched. So there's pots and there's flying pots. But we have the flying pot soul, so it's fine. Oh, goody. We do have Bongo soul, which is one of the only boss souls that we have. I think we have 4 of them now. Yo, more nuts! Let's go. Oh, man. Ice trap. Yay. Goody. I need that health. You watch a lot of VTubers, click a lot of Zelda stuff, so it keeps showing me your streams and vids. Though I do active searches for live streams, my list usually show VTubers and gamers. I do enjoy playing Ocarina of Time. Actually, I do a lot of Zelda games. Oh, wait. Epona's? Oh, it is! Oh my god! Yes! Wow! Wow, 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 wow! We finally got Epona's! That's so many oh my god! Even more checks! Oh my goodness! The seed is just so wide open. We have Cow Shuffle on, so Epona's allows us to play the Epona's song next to a cow and get an item from the cow. So that is huge. Huge. Big, big, big. I'm just trying to mark down the things that I've gotten. Enemies. Okay, that's pots. Whispering Walls left pot? 2 pots? No. Where is these? Which pots are these? Map chest room pot. Okay, yep, those. Alright, and then keys and 1 redead. So, this one. There's something about watching Zelda randomizers that scratches that itch too. It's true. Telson, do you play a bunch? Of Zelda randomizers, or you mostly enjoy watching? Morpha Soul as well! Oh my god! Shadow is loaded! What is this? Ow. Rude. Okay, I'm assuming that this is the Whispering Walls pots. Okay, we have... I'm still trying to figure out. Whispering Walls left pots? 3? Front pots? No. Where is the first 2 pots that we got there? Oh, front pots. Why are they out of order? This is why it takes me 5 years to find the stuff on this list. 1, 2, 3. So that's all these 3, which are above the other ones that we just got. This is a flying pot? No. Near dead hand pot. Okay. That one's separate. Great personal news, people. I've made it a long way in Vampire Survivor since my best friend got it and all paid DLCs for me. for Christmas. It's such an addicting roguelike. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Digimaster. This channel was one that YouTube recommended when I was looking for live streams. I have been known to be familiar with this game. I've done a bunch of like the update videos. Like if you play the game, you might be familiar with my voice because I actually make the videos that talk about what updates have been done to the game in the randomizer. Literally nothing. Goody. Do you have Ganon's Trials on? Oh, I skip Ganon's Trials. Typically, I skip a lot of Ganon's stuff, Ganon's Castle stuff, because by the time that I'm in Ganon's Castle, I'm just like ready to beat the game, if that makes sense. Oh. Okay. We got a frog. Okay. That was the hover boots chest, so we'll mark that down. And then we also have to mark down the fact that we've killed Dead Hand. But yeah, 90% of the time when I'm already like at Ganon's Castle, hello? I just want to beat the game. So, yeah. I feel like with all the other stuff that I have going on in the game, then there's not really like, you know, a reason to go through Ganon's Castle. Besides, you know, just doing whatever. Okay, there it is. Finding literally nothing is par for the course for Zelda. I'll never forget the NPCs of Zelda 2. I know nothing. That's me. I know nothing. I like to make the joke that I'm Jon Snow because I know nothing. But also, I never thought about the fact that I can make a, you know, Zelda reference with it too. Yo, we got the keys! You can easily say, in my opinion, Vampire Survivors is essential entry for any roguelike enthusiast collection. And it's also spawned off a lot of, like, Survivors, like, is what it's called now. It's got its own, like, category. But I really enjoyed playing Vampire Survivors when I need just, like, to do something fast. Because, like, Vampire Survivors is one of those, like, it ends at 30 seconds or 30 minutes. I think. Not 30 seconds. Oh man, fastest game ever. 30-second game, that's it. Yep, any wood in the game is hookshotable, pretty much. I don't actually know if this is wood. But yeah, pretty much every single anything wood related in the game is hookshotable. Wow, a fairy. Hello, Cure? Oh, I probably should. Honestly, there's a lot of things that I just haven't played that I really want to. Wow, this place has so much. What is happening? Oh my god. There is so much stuff in here. Tektite souls? What is this shadow temple so loaded? The den of goodies. I have a rank 1 page which is like a website where you can place, like, put a list of, like, what games you want to play, what games you own, what games you have on a specific list, like games you want to stream or other things like that. And I think my list of games that I own that I want to play is at, I'm pretty sure it's over 90. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's not here. It's up ahead. I'm like, there's a wall master or floor master somewhere in here, but I think it's in here. Yo, nice. Okay, there's also a bubble here. Although I don't know where. Is it in this one? Oh, God. Where'd it go? Is it gone now? What? I hear it still. Excuse me, no wonder you're not respawning. What the heck? He's all hanging around down there. I have to kill him? What? Oh, yo, that shot though! Oh my god, I'm such a gamer! Oh my god, look at that. That was so good though. We got the gamer. That was so good. This is why I'm sniper main on Halo. Oh, yuck. No bets? Ah, fairy. Should have been rewarded with light arrows after that? No. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! Thank you for all the clips. Luck? No, skill. Oh, goody. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Literally nothing. Ouch. Speaking of sniper, I once got an insane kill across the map in TF2 sniper with my preferred sniper primary. I have never played TFT or TF2. I've actually never played a Team Fortress game at all. Yo, my gosh, this place is so loaded. Oh my goodness. What the heck? Where is the room with the... Oh, there it is. Invisible blades. Visible chest, invisible chest. Played a very amount of TF2 back around its heyday, but the servers I got were so bot infested I just didn't keep playing. That makes sense. Sniper is also an architect in NHL games. What do you mean? Or archetype. I don't know why I said architect. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is good. This is good. This is good. Whee! Ow! No. No. I do need to kill this guy. Why, I accidentally put on iron boots instead of hover boots. Oh, a goal scorer. That's what you mean. How many times will Saku hit the spikes? Too many. Hello? I think the main thing that I have to remember is the fact that I have to kill every enemy. So it's actually like, you know, it's like a reminder to myself that I actually need to not just run past everything. Do I have the big key? Yeah, I do. It says on, it literally says in the bottom left corner of my map. Or by map, I mean my screen. Excuse me. That's this gold skull, which I don't care about because I don't care about the gold skull. We're gonna go in here to grab this one. Oh, goody. So we have the lower chest done. We have the spikes chest. Or not the spikes chest. Yeah, no, a spike chest and the other one, the button. Yeah. Rude. No. Ah! Okay, I'm failing at this miserably. Alright, we're just gonna mark this one, and this one, and this one is done. I have so many rupees that I've just been picking up that just don't do anything because I, you know, had a full inventory for a very long time. Did I need to mark anything down for this? I don't think so. Oh, the pots, yeah. The pots, spike room. Falling spikes, lower pots, yes. 1 and 2. And then the upper pots are here. 1 and 2. Okay. Yep, got those. Okay. So we'll mark down the upper pots. Spike walls pot. Oh, really? Why is that next in the list? What do you mean spike walls pot is next? That is so not what belongs there. Close me, goodbye. Nope. Yeah, no. Chad, thank you so much for the resub. It's the time I have to leave YouTube and hobble over to Twitch to use my Prime sub. Thank you, Chad. One. You found a fairy. Okay, we have redeads from this room. Invisible spikes chest. We killed the Beamos, right? Did I kill the Beamos? Now I'm like, did I actually do this? I don't remember. Thanks for streaming, of course. Thank you for, oh my gosh, thank you for watching. I wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for, you know, everyone being so kind and supportive and wonderful. So thank you. Yikes. Random spikes? Chest. Alright, now I'm gonna position myself in the corner here so I can take a look at the wall. And I'm looking for a dark spot here on the wall. And then I go in the top left corner of it. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, if you look at this wall, right, there's like this dark spot right here in this corner here. If you go in the top right corner of the dark spot with your hook shot, you gotta go more left. Okay, well, I'm a liar. I'm not high enough. Or too high. Yeah, sorry. What? What is happening? I did it, and then I didn't. What? I'm embarrassing myself. It's okay. There we go. Okay, sorry. I was not far enough right. Okay, there we go. If you want to, take a look at this spot, and then up a little bit into the... Yeah. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. I guess it depends on which way you're looking at it, because... Either way, it's around there. If you don't have the long shot, you can actually backflip onto this chest as well. And use the height to get you access to up here. Which again is another dark spot on the wall. But if I try to show you again, I'm gonna fail 10,000 times, so... You found the hook shot in that chest? Oof. So many keys. Literally nothing. Again. You know, half the times these things are marked off as keys, and then other times these are marked off as fire keys. So, like, I'm super confused as to how it dictates whether or not something is a keys or a fire keys. Because these ones are marked as keys, but they're fire keys. And the other ones that are with fire around them are marked off as fire keys. Okay. Then what? Hang on. I'm trying to read what you're saying, but my brain is not working. I came in here once with no strength or hookshot, but I had no other place to go. Then I found the hookshot in this chest. Then I learned I could hookshot onto the ladder at the boat and not use the block. Yes, that is correct. Spike. Eh. There you go. Spot on the ceiling. Dark spot. You've seen it. You can... Yeah. Yep. My least favorite is coming in here without the iron boots. Oh yeah, there's no... I'm looking, waiting for the skull to drop, but it's not actually here. Hello, Saku. Despite my complaints, I'm forced to be awake. Why are you forced to be awake? See, spot, see, dark spot on ceiling. One. Oh my god. Lock! much for the raid. Redeads, redeads, redeads. I've missed something. Floor masters. Invisible walls floor master. Eh? Invisible walls. Oh, wait, what? Why is that so far ahead? What? Where's the redeads from here? Oh, there it is. Hope Zooter is going well. Oh yeah, it's going really well. I'm losing my mind slightly, but yeah. I am having a blast with it. Like, absolutely. I know that, like, I make a lot of jokes about how the game's being mean to me, but I really find it a lot of fun. Freestanding key. Oh yeah, the one in the thing that I blew up? Yep. You need to do important things like adulting. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I could do that. Adulting sounds hard. Is this a Song of Storms fairy? I missed another Song of Storms fairy. Okay. Oh, it's Sun Song. This one's Sun Song. Shoot. This one's Sun Song. The shuffler's done? Oh my gosh, Locke. That's amazing. How long has it been? How long have you been working on the shuffler? Fairy. Hidden chest. This is a mistake. This is a mistake. This is definitely a mistake now. Oh, please, please be an actual thing and not an ice trap. Oh. Spike enemy souls! Oh my god! Oh my god, that's more. Oh wow. Wow, wow, wow. We have so many real souls in here. What is happening? Oh goody. 4.5 or 4.2, 4 years and 2 months? Is that what you're saying? Yo, thank you so much for the subscription on my YouTube channels. YouTube sometimes doesn't announce it because YouTube sometimes doesn't announce subscriptions on like followers alerts do on Twitch because privacy is what they say. So if you have subscribed to the channel, it didn't pop up an alert or whatever else, so it's because they say that they avoid doing stuff like that in order to protect people's privacy. If you have your subscription set to private. Exactly, yeah. I think same thing with redirects. Alright, there's a lot of pots on top of the thingy here, so let's grab them. I think there is, at least. It says that there is. Oh no, the pots are on the other side. Never mind. I'm silly. What am I talking about? The pots are not here. The pots are on the other side of the world. The boat ride. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing, bing. Yeah, the only thing that we can't do in here is the Skulltulas. Oh yeah, I don't even need to worry about the Stalfos because I don't actually have access to any of the Stalfos. Whoops. 4 years, 3 months, which I think is crazy to think about. What made you, like, what made you decide to stop doing it? Just wanting to do something else, or getting bored of playing the same 10,000 games over and over again? Fairy. Oh, literally nothing. Thank gosh the text doesn't pop up there. Mainly because I ended up going back to work. Really couldn't juggle shuffling full time with work. That's fair. Okay, we have after boss, there we go. Or after boat, pot 1, and then near boss pot. Okay. Okay. We are working our way through here. So we have floor masters in here. Yeah, no, you can't. No, you can't. All right, that's one. Okay. I was not prepared for that. The fact that I killed him through the wall. What? Another one? You've got to be kidding me. But now it also frees me up to do so much more, and honestly, I'm kind of happy about it. I'm glad. Is there any games that you're like super interested in trying out now that you have more of an opportunity? Okay, 2 floor masters. Shadow Temple Invisible Floor Master should be this one. I'm gonna no, maybe. Well, bam! Easy peasy. See, the thing about the Invisible Floor Master is if you can get it into a nice place, like this corner, you get some of the, like some of the enemies will drop, you know, some of the enemies will drop in a better place so that you can get them all at once, especially with the, spin attack. If you use the Lens of Truth, then you can't use the magic from the spin attack, so you don't get as wide of a range. There's no way this is another one. Okay, yeah. I was like, there's no way this is another soul here. Invisible Floor Master pots. There's 2 of them. We'll actually be able to full clear. By the way, we're gonna be able to full clear this dungeon, like, completely. No, we can't. I lied. There's a Sun Song Fairy. So technically there's 1 check we can't do. We'd have to get Sun Song. squish me. Goodbye. There's a couple that you definitely wanted to revisit at some point for games. Oh. I thought there was keys in here, so I came all the way up to the top, but apparently not. So we're not even gonna bother with this one. You have a whole stream's worth of work just from Shadow Temple? Yeah. Were the wall skulls, you got the ones that hang from the ceilings, or did you get the ones that, and I missed it? Oh shoot, I thought that was, I did not see that was skull wall tulas. I thought this was like skull, yeah, okay. I was wrong, I'm sorry. We cannot finish this one. I'm a liar. Rude. Mistakes happen. I know. Sad face. We did do the Gibdos, which I did not mark down. Oh, goody! More ice traps! Can you imagine if I kill Bongo Bongo and I get like an ice trap? That'd be funny. Okay. Oh wait, we also didn't have Stalfos, so we couldn't kill the boat Stalfos, so we couldn't even do that. Where's the re-deads on this list? Okay. I think I messed up and I marked down something that I shouldn't have, but it doesn't matter because I killed them anyway, so... Oh my god, what is this room? Oh my goodness. Can I please stop getting ice traps? Give me a fairy. Okay, $5. Okay, so this is that's the Stalfos, don't have that, don't have Skulltulas, don't have Stalfos, don't have Stalfos. First BMO, Song of Storms Fairy, I did not get because I didn't realize that was a thing. Spike Walls left chest, Boss Key chest, Invisible Floormaster chest, all obtained. Spike Walls pots obtained. Alright, now we just need the pots at the boss and the boss itself, so... And then we're done this dungeon, at least for now. We have to come back in and we need to do a couple of, like, Song of Storm stuff. I'm a goof. Because I'm coming out of this door, not the other one. I wasn't paying attention to which door I came out of, and I was like, wait a minute. Bravely Default was one. Persona Q. What's Persona Q? Stella Glow seemed interesting. Alliance Alive, which is now how I got these. They're all some sort of RPGs. Oh, nice. That sounds interesting. Persona, I know the series, but I haven't heard Persona Q before. Normally it's like Persona 1, Persona 5, or Persona 3, or Persona 5. Honestly, I've not heard anything about Persona 2. But I've heard many things. What's this? Seeds? Oh, nope. It's junk. We have Song of Time we can get for that, so that we can get those hearts. Q is a crossover between 3 and 4 for the 3DS. Ah. I figured that that's what that was, and I need a little bit of health because I got hit by 10,000 ice traps in that one room. So I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna go fight the boss. 3 was the first Persona game to hit worldwide popularity. Ah, okay. Persona 1 and 2 were before the series hit it big. What is that on? I whiffed. Bongo bongo, we actually have the soul for. So here we go. It's boss battle time. Oop, wrong button. Yep, that messed up. Oh gosh. Yep, I messed it up again. Okay, let's try this again. This is actually really nice patterns for Bongo Bongo. Even though I'm making a ton of mistakes. I press Z. You know Z. Persona Q and Persona Q2 is like Etrian Odyssey using Persona 3 and 4. Q2 also has from 5 on the 3DS. Ah, Persona Q2 has stuff from 5 on the 3DS. Okay. You have ice arrows? Freeze his hand? Nah, I like using my Lens of Truth more. Wow! Deku seeds. Woo! What a great reward. We did get the pots near the boss that I did not mark down. No Stalfos, no skulls. Okay. Light medallion. Wait, what? That is not what I marked down. What? What is wrong with my hearts? Did I mark down Spirit as Shadow? I did. Oops. Okay. Well, I'll just mark down Spirit as complete. Sure. That's definitely not gonna bite me in the butt later. My heart display playing DDR. Yes. It's the message from the other realm. All right, let's go back in for a second because I want to see if I can get the Song of Storm stuff from the other thing. There's a couple of Song of Storm stuff that I didn't grab because I didn't know about it, but I'd like to check it now before I forget about it later. I think we probably have about like one more weekend's worth of this game. We might have like one more stream left of this game. Like I'm definitely not finishing it today. I'm gonna do my best, but I still have like 3 medallions to find, and a lot of those require boss souls that I just don't have yet, so it depends on where the boss souls are. Wow! A single rupee! Oh man. Oops. Where am I? Where am I going? Not here. This way. So somewhere in here, we have to play Song of Storms. I just don't know where. We'll find out. Ouch. That would have been really painful. Navi, please. Not right now. I'm in the middle of trying to figure out Songs of Storm stuff. Okay? Oh, it's here. No, it's not real! It's not real! Why does it look like a gold skull? Or why does it look like a gold scale? What happens? That's not what that's... It's supposed to turn into an ice trap afterwards so that you can tell what it was, not change into a gold scale. Rude. Okay. Rude. All right, so let's mark this down. What do we need in order to full clear? This is locked by Stalfos Souls. Skulltula Souls. Sun Song. That's not at all how you spell song. I wrote Sun Song. Or wait, no, I wrote Sun. Like sun, like the sky sun, and the sun as in like the child sun. Alright, time to go back to Water Temple after getting 10,000 fairies, because I'm dying of, you know, not having fairies. No bets? Ba 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 da ba ba da ba ba. A lot of stuff in the graveyard requires Sun Song, which makes sense. I mean, I guess there's, you know, that's where, one, where you get it, and two, yeah. Two, there's a lot of dead things over here. So let's go back to the Water Temple. So we have a whole lot of spikes and a whole lot of Tektites and Morpha to kill. I don't even know if we need to kill Morpha. I don't even know what bosses... I don't actually know what I need to do to beat this game. Hang on, one sec. Let's see. Water Temple is one. Yes, okay, good. Water Temple is one that we do need to do. Spirit Temple. So we need Mirror Shield. And we need Stalfos. Oh gosh, we need so much stuff for... We need so much stuff for Forest Temple. Ish fine. Am I still rainbow? No. No, I'm still using... Okay. What's my Ganon boss key requirement? Keys... Oh, God. It should be Keysy, but now I'm not sure. I might have removed it. That was the goal, was to remove it, but... I might have forgotten. Guess we'll find out, won't we? Oh, no. I don't know what you expect from me, Kippa. Wait, where's the spikes? What? Hey, they're just chilling on the ground here. Okay, well, I guess we got those guys. Oh man, those guys were so hard to kill. I don't know. I feel like it was yeah. Wait, where's the spikes on this list for the lobby? Did I mark them down? What is happening? Oh, lobby spike. There we go. Lobby spike. I'm just, you know, literally can't read. That's all. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Hello, Tektite. Goodbye, Tektite. Literally can't literal? Yes. Ah! I whipped! No! Can I get the Begoron sword, please? Oh my god. I want the Begoron sword before I fight Morpha. It's fine. 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 Wait, we can't even beat this dungeon fully because we don't have the stingrays. So again, another soul that we're missing. I mean, we can beat, like, the boss and get the item from it. What I mean is, like, full clear it. Alright, spiky boys. Your days are numbered. And by numbered, I mean you have, like, 10 minutes. No. Oh, my God. Honestly, I forgot about the fact that that happens. Oh, wow. Thank you. Tycoon's wallet. I forgot that that fills up. Yay! Where's the spikes in this list? There it is. Map chest spike. Hey, Kimmy! Not the water temple! Oh, no. Are you not a fan of the water temple? Thankfully, this is a randomizer. Okay. We've already done most of it, so thankfully now it's just going through and doing some cleanup. So, for those of you who are new to the stream, I've been doing this randomizer for this game, this particular seed, for 3 streams now. It is so that all the chests in the game are shuffled around to new spots. All of the shop items are shuffled around to new spots. All of the cows rewards. So when you normally play a bonus song to a cow, it'll give you milk. In this randomizer, I've shuffled that around to new location as well. All of the fairies in the game, including like in fairy fountains and the secret fairies and everything else, all have been shuffled around to new locations. And in order to find enemies, in order to beat them, I need to find their souls. So there's a list in the map or in the thingy here that is all the souls that we have unlocked. So you'll see the white ones here are the ones that we have unlocked. The red ones are ones that we've unlocked and fully killed all of the enemies of that type in the game. So we've gotten all of their stuff from those. And then the gray ones here are ones we haven't found the souls for. So we will not be able to go into any, we will not be, like, none of these that are gray will spawn at all. So there's stingers, which are the stingrays. Those in this dungeon will just not show up. But they're important to get because every enemy in the game, every single one, the first time we kill it, it will drop a reward, which can be a major item, or it can be junk and an ice trap. Shadow Temple and Water Temple? I think that, like, for me, I've played this game so many times that I don't really have as much of a problem with it as I used to. I'm like, oh god, I gotta do all these Tektites again. I mean, I haven't found them until now because they weren't here. Shell blades were already... Yeah. There is a Tektite here that I can kill. By one, I mean two. I'm pretty sure. Isn't there? Yes. So that one dropped $5. That one also dropped $5. But yeah. Tektite here is the... That's not a lobby... Oh, I've killed the lobby Tektites though. So we mark those ones down. And South Basement Tektites, we mark those ones down. I can mark off the map chest. We can go get the pillar chest, honestly. But before we do that, I want to make sure that we get the other Tektites that are down here. Oh man, hover boots? Having a real life hover boot would be really cool. There's one Tektite here. Which I can kill with arrows. I still really wonder what's going on with my, my heart pieces. Wow, a Deku shield. Okay. I'm gonna guess that this is water spout Tektite. There should be another water spout Tektite. So I don't know why there's only one listed here. Oh. Okay, there is technically two, it's just listed weird. I see. The other one's listed as before upper water switch Tektite instead of this water spout Tektite, which, yeah, okay. I guess. There's like 6 Tektites in this room. So we have enough arrows that we should be able to kill them all. Be Spider-Man, jump around from place to place. I think the coolest thing would be an actual, like, okay. Wow, a fairy. One of the coolest things to get from, like, a Zelda game would be, like, the Zora armor where you can just breathe underwater. Oh, good! Ice trap! Oh, good! Another one. Alright, can you stop freezing me, please, game? Okay, I was faster than that guy. If Saku the archery god can keep her snipe streak going, then yes, should be easy. A whiffed immediately. The timing on these guys is tough when they're jumping. Alright, that's 6 Tektites from here. So many Tektites. But the other ones, so we don't have the stingrays, so we leave here. And then we come out here, and there's gonna be those spiky boys hanging around at the bottom of the water here. Do you mind? I don't want any. I do wonder sometimes why it takes so long for the, like, hook shot to be usable underwater. I hear the Tektites upstairs. Alright, now we have those other spiky guys. I think we have to kill the shell blades again, even though we've killed them before. But I'm pretty sure we have to kill the shell blades again in order to access the other area. They might still be there, but I don't know. Swim, 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 swim. Oh, yeah, okay. Yep, they're all there again. Last time we didn't have access to, Oh, wow, Ferrar's Wind. Oh, goody. About to talk way too much about this, but now I'm like, I've grown into a real classic gamer nerd. I mean, being a oh my god, this is Soul of Volvagia. Okay, nice, I guess. We'll just beat the boss of Fire Temple. Hey, Blixies! Welcome! There's nothing wrong with being a gamer nerd. I'm a gamer nerd. At least I would call myself one. Ah! Forgot about that. Nice! Nice timing to get the fairy, though. Like, honestly, what a great time. Right after I got an ice trap. Alright, let's mark down the spikes from the central pillar. That's these ones. What do we have left in this dungeon? Stingrays. We have Tektites from the statue puzzle, which is... and water spout. Okay, so there's 6 Tektites we have left to kill, and then we're... oh, no. 9 Tektites we have to kill. Where's the last ones, then? Think. So we have the ones from the lobby, we have the ones from the big key, we have the block puzzle, or not the block puzzle, the dragon statue puzzle, that we have, that's going to be right before, Dark Link, but then there says that there's water spout puzzle. I know this one over here. But there's three. Oh god, not this one. This is not the one I was thinking about. This is the one I was thinking about. Yeah, that's the one that I know of. It's the 3 water spout one that I'm trying to figure out what it's talking about. Excuse me, can you come down here? Rude. Nice. I broke the game. It's broken. I don't know the last time I've saved, but yeah, this is hard locked. When was the last time I saved? We'll find out. Just so that you're like, yeah, like, oh, I can disappear the map. There's a thing that I need to do. Hang on. I broke this last time. Not this specific one, but they told me they need a thing from my screen. Be the small temples as a young Link. That is cute. I'm trying to find the thingy that it's like there should be an error code somewhere. I don't know if there's a dev even awake that can tell me what I need to do for this. I've broken this game and all the others so many times that I normally do bug reports and stuff properly, like full on bug reports, but I don't know. I do need a clip, yes, Titus. But I also would like to have a clip of like what was going on with the hearts. Because I feel like it started, like, I think that this happened because I got a full heart container, but if you saw earlier when I looked at the menu, my hearts looked weird. I think something bugged, but I don't know what it is. But I need an error code to send to the devs. Saku breaks games so often that when her name appears in an email, devs get a tummy ache. Where's my Ocarina of Time Discord server? That's a Link Between Worlds, A Link to the Past, Majora's Mask, OT. There we go, OT randomizer. Let's see. Is there... Okay, I don't care about that. I'm looking for bug reports. There we go. Is there a pinned message on where I can get the thingy? Please, does not say. Where is the thingy that I'm looking for? Oh gosh. Is there, hang on. Is there a way to get the error code when you hard lock an OOT rando? So I can add it to the bug report. Whoops. Oh man, I have a pink name? Oh my god, I have a pink name in the Ocarina of Time Discord? Hey! You playing my first Zelda game makes me want to subscribe. Thank you, Kimmy. This channel is used to report confirmed bugs. I feel like this is a confirmed bug. Wait, confirm bug? Right? Like, this looks to me like a bug. I don't think that there's any way that this could be less bug. About how long ago was the weird heart in the menu? When I went and exited Shadow Temple, I think. I don't know what to do here, but I want to send in a proper bug report. But I don't want to inconvenience. Hang on. Let me see if I can find a way. Give me 2 seconds. No. If it's a bug, have you tried using bug spray? Raid. I need raid. Man. I just want to see. Okay. Hang on. I think I might have found it. Tools. Debugger. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm moving things around. It's gonna yell at me a lot. I don't think that this is, check the bottom left corner for the green check mark. What green check mark? That's not it. Okay, well, at some point today, something that we picked up did bad things. But I don't know how to report it. And I don't want to you will not see yellow bar running unless using. You did not crash, so that won't do anything. Oh, you're here. Sorry. Yeah, I hard locked. Titus posted a screenshot of a couple of things that happened. Yeah. I just wanted to try to report things properly because I know that this is using Rob's dev build. I just want to be able to report it properly, and I want to make sure that if there's information that I need to give, I want to be as descriptive as possible. I have the seed information. I have the game. I've got all the everything. I just want to be able to report it properly. See, Lincoln, clip transfer to YouTube would probably be best. clip transferred to YouTube? I am streaming it on YouTube, so I can just clip it from YouTube directly as well. Flagra? And then just put in the bug report? Sure, just so it doesn't randomly disappear one day. Yeah, okay. Alright, thank you for your help. I'm so sorry for bugging. I'm gonna restart it and see what happens. I don't know if this is gonna work. But yeah. Let's see when we last saved. Should I do a soft or hard reset? Let's do a hard reset. I don't think it matters. I don't even know what the difference is. Well, it was after Shadow Temple. Because we have the light medallion. Oh, okay, so we're in here. Are we still back with the weird heart container? Yeah, it's still looking kind of funky. I have no idea how many hearts that is. So, hey, I don't know. Yeah. Would you like to save? No, I'm good. Thanks, game. All right. Oh, good. My legs are broken. Okay, we've already killed those things. Let's see if this door is unlocked. This door, I mean, it doesn't matter. We've already done this, so that wouldn't help me at all. So you can't pick up any more heart pieces? I have no idea. I'm about to find out. Oh God, stop. Camera, please. If it wasn't for the fact, like, normally on my console, it would be a lot easier to do a bug thing because, you know, I've done them before on that. But yeah. I'm gonna have to go back. Somebody, how long have I been streaming? 5 hours-ish? We're gonna have to go back and figure out how to clip on YouTube. Because I do need to. I do need the clips from the YouTube stream specifically. Do I want to try? Weird heart just looks like normal bad graphics plugin stuff. I assume two things happened at once, caused the soft lag. But I haven't seen what happened. Do you still have the Titus? Do you still have the clip? It was two things. I killed the enemy, and at the same time picked up the reward that it dropped. I guess. I don't know. We'll find out, because it was this guy. Oh yeah, hang on. I need to go over here, because he won't show up. That's how enemy drop works always. Hello, can you come down here, please? Yeah. It's my heart pieces. Specifically, pressing A does nothing. No. Pressing anything. The only thing that does something is the left that's the only thing that still works. See, yep, does nothing. That. Yeah, no, nothing. D. Oh wait, hang on, I'm equipping something. Boots? Okay, I can equip boots. What parts do you need clipped on YouTube? What just happened, yeah. Just this. Just this. Sorry. Okay. And I still have the seed. Link. Because I put it somewhere. I sent it to... Not there. Where did I put it? Oh, it's probably before all the hightail stuff. It's been I've been working on this seed for like 3 days. Oh, there it is. Yep. Dev Rob build version 9.0.2-6. Is there a particular reason you're using BizHawk? Because I was trying to use my console, but my console kept flashing on the screen over and over again, and it wouldn't let me. Where's the clip from that? Basically I couldn't get it to solidly stay visible on OBS or on OBS, so I think that it's fine. I could probably still play the game. I just can't get any more heart pieces. I mean, I don't even know that it's specifically heart pieces, to be honest. I'm assuming that it is, right? Because, whatever. But, like, I'm assuming that it's heart pieces. I would like to go and explore and see if I can find more. Scarth, you have the spoiler log. Do you want to find me another, see if there's another, like, non-heart piece character? Thing? Ba, 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 ba. You're already, yeah. Trying to think of where another Tektite would be. If we find another heart piece, that would be fantastic. If we find a enemy that doesn't have a heart piece, that would also be fantastic. So that one we don't want to deal with because he's kind of a butt. So we'll go this way because there's like 5 Tektites in here that we still need to get stuff from. Well, the only things I haven't killed yet is like, that was not the winter heart piece, unfortunately. Do you know where the winter heart piece is? Are you able to, oh God, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, okay. Oh yes? You don't even think I picked up the heart piece? I definitely, my health refilled, right? My health refilled. The winner heart pieces in GTG. Is it something I've already obtained, though? We'll find out if it's Tektites. Okay, besides, of course, the ice trap. Yeah. It seems to be specifically, it's not Tektites, it's heart piece. And maybe the jump attack? Okay, excuse me. Is the water low enough that I can do a jump attack? Hang on, let's go back. You jumped attack both times? Okay, let's go back and see if we can, not jump attack. Excuse me. Oh yeah, these go all the way down. I guess I should have probably worried about the fact that I would fall off the edge. Okay, let's go and just slash attack. Go away, bats. There's a lot of Tektites outside of the, I've already killed this one, so that one's not gonna work. Oh, shoot. I gotta drain the water again. The heart piece is because of the message that pops up? Yeah, it says I do not have text shuffle. By the way, that is important to note. I do not have text shuffle. The text that popped up there was about not having enough money. And I don't have text shuffle, so it shouldn't be there at all. Hello? Go back down, water. Oh, I'm breaking the game. Breaking the game. Breaking the game. Yeah. We're doing some testing to find out. I forgot about you guys. Go away, Tektites. Do you know where I'd find my save file? I'm assuming it's in the same file as where BizHawk is? It's just a bug report on GitHub, right? That I just need to do? Just put in the information, put all my links to all the files and stuff, and go from there. Okay, save here before I do something goofy. I've done it again where I walk past the door. In the channel you sent the message in earlier? Okay. All right, no jumping, Saku. What about arrows? Let's use arrows. Can you please? Okay, whiff. 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 Go away. Leave me alone. I do not have enough rupees. Yo, have a good night, Soren. You think, Link... I like Mifa. Mifa's my favorite. Zora. Well, it's definitely heart pieces. Or at least this heart piece. And sorry, did you say if I had gotten the winner heart piece or not? Do you have any idea how you corrupted the heart piece count? I can't imagine. I don't even know when it happened. Like, that's the bigger problem is, I don't actually know how often I've menued or anything else like that, Shadow Temple, but the thing is I don't know, right? I mean, we got Tycoon's wallet in Shadow Temple, which has, it's, you know, the rupee message or whatever else, I maxed out the rupees. But how often do I go through and cycle through to that particular screen though? Like it obviously I noticed it after Shadow Temple, but I don't think I ever really I looked at this screen earlier. No. It had to be today. Because I looked at this screen earlier when we were looking at songs. So it was something that happened today. Tycoons came from water? I thought that was at the end of Shadow Temple. Gold scale! Yes! Oh my god, that's right, Titus. I forgot about that. The gold scale mishap. There was an item that showed up as the gold scale when I got that circled around me. In Shadow Temple, that was an ice trap, but it wasn't like it showed up as the thingy. Yeah, like this should be fixable with a save edit if you want to continue the seed. I would like to continue the seed. I've worked really hard on it. We've done like a lot of progress and stuff. I will put it in the thingy. And to be fair, you've got lots of time to work on it because I'm picking this back up again next weekend. Not you specifically. I mean, like the devs would have a bunch of time to fix it. But yeah, looks like I did look at the songs earlier in the seed. So, and I don't think I noticed the heart piece at that time. So I definitely corrupted something, but it was, I don't remember. I know that we had the weird thing with the gold skull, but when was it? Well, that must have been in Shadow Temple. But when in Shadow Temple? Was it like close to the boss? Before the boss, right? Yeah. Normally I wouldn't be using this at all, but like I had a problem with my N64 console just being like it would constantly be flashing on the screen and like turning off and on and off and on and off and on. Like the console itself wouldn't turn off, but the actual like showing it on the screen would not work for whatever reason. So it was, yeah. Trying to see if I can find a clip of it. Which is 5-year-old code. Yeah. It was just one of those. I normally use BizHawk for a lot of like any rando stuff because I typically will end up using it for Archipelago because that's what it runs through. But yeah, this has been weird. I don't even see any clips of it in the Discord of the glitches of the screen. I have to go back and find them. But yeah. Was after the heart. Okay, but the gold scale mishap was after the heart piece screen glitch? Okay. Have a good night, Scarth. But yeah, I'm gonna put in a bug report. Thanks for coming in and checking on it. I just want to make sure that if I'm reporting things that I'm doing it correctly. So I didn't want to do anything like, you know, but I also want to help in any way I can. So the more information I can give, the better. I find so Found it. Thank you. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out when it corrupted. I get pinged for every message in the channel, so I only hate it when someone reports something that isn't a bug. I did see that it's like, oh, make sure that it's a confirmed bug, and I'm like, I don't know, I feel like this is a confirmed, I feel like this is a bug, but like, I don't know how to say if it's a confirmed bug, like, right? Like, the hearts were corrupted after she beat Bongo, then she re-entered Shadow and got the gold scale trap. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to go back and see how far back it got corrupted. It would be really helpful if we knew. Mostly to get people not reporting logic errors. Yeah. Yeah! Oh man, I can imagine my game is unbeatable because I can't find this one item. Thank you, Titus. Because she was on the warp platform when I think any of us first realized it. I know that I've cycled, like, I know that I looked through the songs earlier in the stream, like, way earlier in the stream, because I was trying to see if I had, mismarked any songs before. Because I was looking to see, what was I looking to see? I was looking to see if we had a song, was it maybe a GTG? I don't remember. Gosh, I feel silly. All right. So it's not a soft. It's not a hard lock because I can still do things in the game technically. So it's a soft lock. I've encountered a bug in Hang on. Let me go and get the seed link so I have the correct information. In the only thing I can really think of is getting 2 heart pieces at the same time and overflowing the value so that it didn't reset to 0. But unless that happens again or something else, I'm not sure. Oh, I wonder if it's a fairy fountain. What do you think? Yeah. I was thinking the same thing, Cam Murray. I got a fairy heart piece right before this area. Like, right before Shadow, right? Fairies are shuffled, yes. Fairy, because I was literally thinking the exact same thing at the same time as Cam Murray did. I was like, when I used this Song of Time on a grotto recently, I got a heart piece. And when I do get a heart piece, or when I get an ice trap, it activates twice in the circle around me. So I'm wondering if that time when I got that heart piece, if it corrupted my heart numbers. Because ice traps always trigger twice. Yeah, that would be great if we figured it out too. Oh man, clapping. In the dev Rob version 9.0.2-6 version of the randomizer seed link where after obtaining a heart piece from a tektite in water temple from the enemy drops option, my game would freeze, but, well, it's not freezing. What even is it doing? It's, I mean, I'm locked in place. Okay, wait, no, I get it. Where after obtaining a heart piece in tektite from water temple from the enemy drops option, link would be locked into place with a text box that pops up saying, "You don't have enough rupees?" Is that what it says? You don't have enough rupees. I'm gonna mark that down. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Text box. Okay, a message. Sorry, not a text box. A message box. Message box. That pops up saying that you don't have enough rupees that I could not dismiss. Okay. Do we have a clip link from YouTube? Things to note. This had this seed had fairy shuffle on, and the ice traps would trigger twice each time I got, I turned up the percentage of junk items, by the way, to 45%, or sorry, ice traps to 45% of junk items. So I was getting ice traps a whole lot. So when I picked up 4 ice traps earlier, I actually got 8 in a fairy fountain because of how many ice traps there was. But yeah. See, it had, commits that would have fixed this beforehand too, real quick. Yeah. I did, generate this like a week ago because, we started it a week ago and it's been a long seed because of how many, I have 1,899 checks in it. So there's a lot of, it's taking me a long time. I did check the songs early in the stream, like really early in the stream, like really early. I just don't remember. What time? But it was not on the screen for very long, so it would have to be something like I'd watch it 4 times speed to try to find when it was that I did it. I'm 100% positive it wasn't the title screen. Things to note: the seed had a fairy shuffle on. The ice traps would trigger twice each time I picked one up. I had picked up multiple heart pieces prior to this moment on the on stream. I don't need to comment the fact that it was on stream. I had picked up multiple heart pieces prior to this moment during today's playthrough portion. I did get one from playing Song of Storms. It might have been Song of Storms / Song of Time at a Gossip Stone. I don't remember which one it was though. It's the one right outside. Right outside, wasn't it the one that was right outside Shadow Temple, right? I'm pretty sure it was that Gossip Stone. Thank you all for being super patient with me while I put in this bug report, but I think that it's really important that if I'm playing a game and I'm breaking it, that I submit a thing to make sure that other people can play the game too, without running into this stuff. Rolling. I feel like it must have been the... No, it wasn't that one. Darn. Maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Messed up heart happened before you even had Tektite souls? Yeah. Oh, because I was scrolling through the list looking for... Yes. Okay, I think, Titus, do you happen to have the clip from YouTube? Also, Patomatic, thank you so much for joining, and Jewel, welcome in. Did you happen to get a clip from YouTube? From what happened? When I killed the Tektite? Sorry, when I killed the Tektite and I froze, I need a clip from YouTube for that particular thing. Thank you. If you can send it to me, I just want to add it to this, I just want to add it to the thingy that I'm reporting. I don't know if there's anything else that I need to report. Oh, wait, hang on. Thanks to know, I was playing on, let's see which version of BizHawk this is. Where is that information? Playing on BizHawk version 2.9.1 Win dash X64. Thank you, Titus. You're the best. All of you, thank you so much for clipping. All of you doing the clipping, I appreciate it. Jack, Titus. This one's taking a bit to load. Okay, yep. I got it. Perfect. 1 minute, 12 seconds and 28. 1 hour, 12 minutes, 28 seconds in VOD hearts are normal. Thank you. And YouTube clip of the moment it happened. How do I tell what, I'm assuming it's the core that we'd want to know what kind of core I have for here. Flagra? Sorry, pause the thing for a second. Trying to figure out where to find it in here. No real need to mention? Okay. Plugin menu? There's a plugin menu? Oh, there is. I do... Wait, what? Okay. Plugin isn't needed? Okay. Then I will... I think that is all the things. I posted it in there. I posted it in there. Let me know if there's anything else, that I need to put for the bug report. Oh, and you said something about the save. Save data? Well, we can't, save file would be useful. Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna go back to a different screen because I'm not gonna be able to obviously play this for a bit. So I want to close the game before I send a save file. All right, close this. All right, let's see if we can find the save file. I'm assuming N64. Save RAM? What's today's date? Today is the 26th year? Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, because there's a backup file. I'm like, why is there one, 27th? Wait, I have one from yesterday. 4 a.m. yesterday. That's the backup file, I guess. from the last time I played. Here's the save RAM file as well. Thank you for all your help, Flagra. Especially at, like, 4 o'clock in the morning. Just to confirm, it actually corrupted the heart piece count and not something else? Yeah, that's fair. I appreciate it. Scuff never sleeps. I just wish I would have noticed it sooner. Like, I really wanted to find where I got that fairy fountain. I don't know if it's a fairy fountain heart piece, but I definitely remember getting a heart piece, like, really recently. But maybe before I went into Shadow Temple. I really thought that I did get it before going into Shadow Temple, but I don't remember where it was. Where did I get the heart pieces from? That was a fairy. I really wanted to put it, like, I wanted to showcase a ice trap double going off, and I wanted to showcase, like, the fairy thing going off, like the heart piece. See if, like, I mean, I guess it's, whatever. The more information I can give, the better. But I just, yeah. I think this was the same. I think I also remember when I broke Pot Shuffle with Triforce pieces? That one was on a physical console. And that was a lot easier to check, because that one, like, hard crashed the game. Well, we are, I guess we're done playing Ocarina of Time for now. Until we get the stuff fixed. But thank you all so much for watching it. Please check the meme channel on the Discord. You made a stream safe thing? Uh-oh. What do you mean stream safe thing? You want to show it? Hang on. Oh my god, Molly. When is this? What is this? Is this like a meme thing that I don't know about? It's because that's what you do? You give the devs tummy aches? I stopped making sassy. I definitely have been known to break basically everything I touch. So, but I'm glad that I do, because, like I said, that it helps people to be able. It helps people to. I think that out of everybody who could break it, it's good that I did, right? Because I do QA a lot of the time so, like, knowing what information I need and how to send it and whatever else all, like, I figure that out of everybody that could break it, it's good that it was me. Because I'm also streaming it to a wide audience as well, and so like, there's a lot of people here also to help, like, clip it and everything else all while I work on, like, getting other things set up for it. It's just, yeah. Soul Destroyer. I still have that role in Emo's Discord. I like it. Thank you, Molly. I appreciate it. It's cute. QA team is error not found. Listen, there's no saving Microslop. Head pets, Jack? Sending you head pets? Yeah, we're gonna be hopefully picking this seed back up in a week-ish, less than that. I would make one change to it first, Molly. I would change it to rando devs. I think that would be much more fitting. I've had so many issues with the PCs at work that have Windows 11 on them. I'm so scared because I've got to put Windows 11 on my new computer. And that's horrifying to me. This one is Windows 10 and it's been good. And I've got, like, you know, the additional security updates and everything on it to make sure that it's still getting updated and whatnot. But, like, oh man, Windows 11, yikes. That scares me so badly. Also, I don't even know if it's going to have compatibility issues between the two computers, right? Like, that's the other issue, is if I'm running a dual PC setup and one PC has Windows 10 and one has Windows 11, I wonder, like, will it have issues running data back and forth between the two of them? We'll find out, won't we? Benzo, thank you. What data? What's it called? NDI? I think it's NDI stuff. That it was, yeah. There's gonna be NDI data transfer back and forth, network, whatever data interface or network something or other. But yeah. Windows update broke it, but haven't downloaded the fix. Ah, yeah. But yeah, thank you again for everybody who's put in the work to help me get all the clips and help me get all the, you know, all the information, help me put in the bug report. I appreciate it. Thank you. The other thing, like the one that the reason why I typed it in the Discord rather than putting it on the GitHub is the fact that the GitHub link in the bug reports was for Amazing Amphiros's fork of the rando, and I didn't want to report to that for like Rob's dev build because I'm pretty sure it's separate, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not sure how to find that. The dev report or the dev bug reports, this channel is used to confirm hang on. Hello, I can read. This channel is used to report confirmed bugs to the dev team. Please ask for help and advice in the support channel first, and then linked is the GitHub that takes you to OOT Rando / OOT Rando forked from amazing. Oh, okay. Forked from. Okay. My bad. No. I misread it. I misread it. Yeah. No. It says it's forked from. Yeah. I just misread it. Sorry. My bad. Either way, I still don't know that it would be the correct GitHub to put it on. But yeah, that is main and Rob's is dev fork. I thought so. I wasn't sure, but I figured I would double check before reporting bugs to the wrong person. But yeah. I just wanted to make sure that I could get an error code. GitHub is neat and all, but it scares you? What scares you about it, Rotate? I have a GitHub. That's because I took programming classes. So one of the things that you needed to do when you took schooling was make a GitHub, basically to put all your stuff. I'm probably winding down Rashkavar just because I've already been going for like, almost 6 hours. I don't really know what other game I would pick up. We're just chatting right now more than anything. Its UI is a bit intimidating until you get used to it. I think that the thing that annoys me the most of it is like trying to find out how to download specific things from it is not easy. Like unless you're like you know how to like access repos and other things like that, it's such a pain for some things. Also, I need to make myself smaller because my tail is getting cut off on the run side. If I lean over. Yeah. Oh, I'm already so small. What's happening? Hang on. Ah, that shouldn't be cutting off. What's going on? Is it what happened? Oh, it is this. Weird? Okay, whatever. Also, I'm in the wrong spot on here, too. Scuff? Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. Scuff. Mostly I haven't immersed myself much in it, so when I see a logic issue that requires something as minor as changing one instance of ice to burning, I'm not sure the whole process or expectations. That's on you. You scuffed when it first happened? Sorry, I meant scuff for the tail. The fact that the tail was cut off on the one side. Oh man, what a goofy thing. I'm so sorry for breaking everything, chat. I will be back with more breaking of things though. But yeah. Thank you so much again for everyone for don't lie, you love breaking things. I do. Okay, that's true. I do love breaking things, okay? I like being able to find bugs. I like being able to report bugs. I like being able to break games. I like being able to break things in general. But I also like it to be I like my streams to be an enjoyable experience for everybody. And I feel like sometimes when it's unexpected, when we aren't intentionally trying to do something or whatever else, I worry that sometimes that it might be disappointing for people to like have to stop and, whatever. The great thing is that maybe this will fix the double ice trap stuff that happens. But yeah. Saku QA services. We unintentionally find scuff. And when we do, we give devs headaches. Streams are always enjoyable. The only disappointment is your fun was cut short for the night. I mean, my fun is still hang up. You know, we can probably. Yeah, no. Before I overcommit to stuff, I probably should not overdo it. Would be a great thing. We do have a week's worth of streams coming up, like every day next weekend to the following weekend, and I need to make sure that I'm not overdoing it. So I think she still had fun. Not overdoing it is a good idea. I'd like to try not to overdo it, but I'm definitely at the point where I need to take it easy. My body is telling me that if I'm not going to take it easy, that I'm going to be in trouble. So I probably should rest. So maybe we wrap up here and I make food and then I chill in the Discord.